do a quick recap of what happened last time. Since we did do a shorter session, obviously not a whole lot, but at the same time, a lot. So, as we left off, the six had successfully escaped and survived an encounter that was truly damning, having gone toe to toe and just barely making it out just about everybody in single digits HP, if not zero, managed to escape the grasp of the aspects of what you were now knowingly aware of, the Monarch of Mimics. With the help of telekinesis and control water, you managed to plummet off the island and escape with the help of some familiar characters. As Sloth was quickly respawned on the island and recreated from the flesh of the actual island itself. You watched as Raph hurled him towards the ship, in which the Vulcan, who you had previously met before once in the Slumbering Thicket, Jay, pulled out a red gem, swore underneath her breath, and summoned Ada Drawcart, who was in her jams, to help defend against it, because she is at 5 levels exhaustion, as was Kipley and Duradon. Everyone else just barely up and in no fighting position. So she used a once per summon gem to get the sponsor there, which she manhandled that poor aspect, and taking one of Jay's scrolls, flew him away back towards the island, muttering things to herself about how she lost beauty sleep, and is going to be very annoyed that she now has to deal with this problem she was not aware of. You continued on and made it a good few thousand feet away before talking about curses and potential problems that could have been gained from the Monarch of Mischief's deal, which kind of activated, or at least was a good segue for Pride, who you found one of their abilities, which didn't really come in handy too much during the battle, is they can hide in people's shadows, and they hid in Duradon's after they slayed him, and was about to rock his shit before two figures off in the distance finally caught up to the ship, who you found out was Pearl and Percival Renell. The wizard who you had previously met before had clearly leveled up in an insane amount of damage within one turn, did 302 points of lightning damage, one-shotting the aspect that you all, including Kellen Dambala, was unable to do in the slightest. Did take a lot of action economy and math, which I did before the session. Thank you, Mammoth. Yes. I had a lot of references in the game. It's just up to you to get them, and if you don't, hey, I don't lose anything. The conversation that occurred afterwards was confrontal. The party had a kind of confused interaction with Percy, seeing that he had a lot of extra confidence, swagger, and general more dickheadedness, which you found out more through Pearl as he went to go scout. There was some sort of deal. You guys didn't really meet Percy's family before, nor talk to him too much. The only person that actually did was Maeve, and she's dead, so you can't really get much out of that. It wasn't a good relationship, at a baseline between Percy and his family. He is a rich boy who had parents that expected the world of him. He was a child of prophecy, born to a family that didn't want him, and he claimed that, or at least Pearl claimed that Percy was using his father to keep Pearl alive. Some sort of concoction using the Renell bloodline ability, and their actual blood was keeping her alive as a temporary effect until Percy could find a permanent way of fixing her. Um, they said that they were off to Orabunda to go look for a scroll that could take them to the Hells, where they could look for um, not just Maeve's soul, but also another potential cure for Pearl's body, and that they might be crossing paths with y'all pretty soon. And Pearl also said she'd be updating you with any information that you could find that they found on Maeve. The kind of wholesome ending was Kipley and Pearl, who had been at odds for so long, had a little bit of seeing eye to eye moment. As Pearl, with her actual original accent being portrayed, and um, kind of little more relaxed style of speaking, uh, shared a little about her past and her relationship with Maeve and why she hid things from both the party and her. And it was not for any, malicious intent or anything like that. But it was kind of a almost similar experience to what Kipley saw in another life. But with that, the two of them headed off. After warning that Percy's father would be watching over him constantly, he said, Pearl said it wouldn't be a great idea for them to travel together, even though you're going in the same direction. So they flew off into the distance, kind of going ahead of the ship, and y'all continued about your day. Before the actual session went too deep, we saw a pretty long narrative being spun out with Kipley's dreams. The night after the battle, once everyone had awakened and leveled up, a positive dream happened for once. A very warming dream, as Kipley saw could have been a late partner, husband, or just her kind of important figure in her life that was not this. You see a happy household, this kind of rough and tough blacksmith elven man who had given her as a birthday present, or excuse me, other way around. All right, Kipley had bought as a birthday present a lens for his metalworking to help him kind of enhance and look at the finer details of his work. And a very cute scene played out, which was quickly wiped away by Kipley's patron, who seemed curious. The Bone Mother put on a more interested face than usual, as she normally delighted in pain, torture, etc., etc. It was more of curiosity, as she stated that she was unable to feel mortal emotions. She could feel hate, hunger, a few other no, Ryan. Don't. A few other human-related emotions, but not love, and not any kind of deep caring for another. As the only thing she got was only thing she had expressed was these kind of more carnal and just survival-based desires. And after having a back and forth, asked a few questions about what Kipley would do if she finished this deal and she was set free. And also gave her a little bit of hope that maybe death wasn't the end. And resurrection spells already existed in the world, so maybe by the time you conquered Ravinica, and completed whatever task she has waiting for you there, you'd be able to bring back a few of the important family members that you lost. And you also got to see her true form, displayed in game visuals, the more bony, female esque shape that was hidden behind this cloak of almost starry, kind of dark matter. With bone hair, a kind of purple esque dress, and a very terrifying face. It was disconcerting, but also interesting to see that she had opened up to you a little bit. But after that, you woke up, and the day was wrought with a few activities. Kipley brought up the idea of making goggles, which Rictus happily obliged to. Um, you took the lens that she had already provided and looked around the ship, taking some spare parts from the crates that weren't claimed by previous companies, and you fashioned together a beautiful pair of goggles. Kind of this steampunk, clockwork esque looking goggles, and put the lens in one, a piece of colored glass in the other. Uh, and now Kipley's main ability can be functionally up at all times, or at least unless they aren't on her person. Um, but while Rictus was exploring this, you also noticed that some of the pieces of parchment that were sprayed about from the many different experiences that could have done so, you being thrown up on the island, you falling off the ship, getting her, countless numbers of activities that have rocked the inside of this ship. You found two semi-soggy bounty, kind of bounty marks that you took a closer look at, and the names, perfectly familiar, didn't match what you remembered when you encountered the Stonehands. And as you looked down at them, you were left with a question of why exactly was the bounties wrong? Of was it by design, by accident? Who knows? But until you share it with others or research into it further, you're left with just a number of other questions of what you are going to find in Mistrin. Are they actually there? Are these the same people that actually hurt you and your family? And in the back of Rictus's mind, the deep question of how he felt about that slight moment before death. You heard your sister's voice call out to you. Was it a dream? Was it real? Was it just your life flashing before your eyes? Well, I guess that's what we're going to find out tonight as we pick up back there. A very calm day of travel has gone by. Nothing of interest or import, besides your own doings, of course. And you're still a few days off from Port Cliff. Only about 2 or 3 at this point, after it's successfully making it 2 days of travel off the island. Woo! Only took us almost about 10 to 11 months
We're the
of
worst.
out of game time,
Or the best.
and almost getting TPK'd the first day of travel, leaving the island. Fantastic. So as the sun, actually, sun is about in the midday sky, the afternoon. Because making the goggles, having the conversation, and having conversation that you did with Pearl and Percy, it took about in total like 3 or 4 hours. So it's about like noon, 1 o'clock in the afternoon-ish. So you still have about half a day's worth of travel ahead of you before you call it quits for the night. Is there anything that you guys would like to do or discuss?
I do have a quick question.
Of course.
I know with exhaustion, it says you need to eat or drink
Mm-hmm.
in order to get a level of that away. Since we had a full rest, is it safe to say we also ate to get one of the exhaustion levels down, or?
Yeah, I'm not gonna hold it too much to the wording. Just like I don't ask whether characters wake up every morning and take a shit, I assume you all eat and sleep
Right.
if you have the time given for you to do so.
Okay.
And the
So we
ship is stocked with rations, so you do not have to worry about food.
Bananas.
They are soggy rations and missing half of a crate of bananas that Kipley threw out on Mimic Island.
Half a
So,
crate. Rude.
yeah! You said you dumped half of them, so I assume the other half is still in your possession, unless, you want to forsake those bananas to the
No,
wind.
no, I take them. Yeah.
Yeah,
Half a crate of bananas in
half a
my
crate.
inventory.
They
Love it.
in the inventory. Oh my goodness. Um, just the Skyrim version of you pulling out items and just continuously stacking weirder and weirder things. But yes, no, you have eaten, you've had your fill of food and drink. You can pick up right after an afternoon lunch if you'd like. But I'm not going to go for the, as an overarching thing, I'm going to go for the RP of every single day of travel. We're going to do a little bit of a time lapse throughout the next few days in case everyone wanted to try and do something item-wise, RP-wise, or anything like that. But we're going to finish out this day just in case. Because a whole lot, they just happen.
I know Kipley had something she wanted to do, but if anyone else had anything they wanted to do, please feel free first.
Sure. We'll just go down the line of Discord. Duradon, did you want to do anything for the rest of the day?
Duradon is he's probably training. Exhaustion is a good place to kind of push the body further. And so yeah, listen, all characters have the same fucking flaw. He's going to use the opportunity to start working with some new things. He'll probably be under the below deck, in kind of like an open but private section of the ship. Because what he's working with is dangerous.
Sure.
But he's gonna focus on kind of utilizing and honing his work with his newfound abilities.
Yeah. While you're doing that, you see Cyrus kind of peeks their head underneath the deck and takes a look at you kind of mid stance, mid practice, and goes, are you practicing swordplay?
Yes.
Glaive play, I guess.
Well, not just glaive. If I'm truly going to be a hunter, I have use for every weapon, and he kind of steps to the side.
It's a table of weapons.
What she sees is a halberd, several hand axes, several javelins, the bow, a maul, a double-bladed scimitar, which I did remove the gold for, several daggers, and a long sword. Has all of these items. Currently probably working with the double-bladed scimitar, and kind of flicking that around. It looks like a toothpick. So he's trying to adjust and think about, like, how did the elves use this? The elves were puny bitches. How do I use this? And just kind of playing around with it.
While you're rocking that, he kind of walks up and just examines the table, and then looks at the double-bladed scimitar and goes, "Oh, where did you come across one of those?" And she kind of like runs her fingers along the blade and goes, "I haven't seen one of these in years."
When people stop walking and vacate the vessels of their body, they tend not to need their material possessions.
Oh. So you murdered one of us for this?
I filled a contractual obligation, and it just so happened that they did not want to come alive. And I wasn't good enough yet to give them the option of coming alive or coming dead. I believe they were resurrected. If that makes you feel any
You
better.
don't have to
Uh,
explain it to me. I'm well aware of your trade. It's fine. Why are you trying to wield it, though, if I have to ask? Curiosity? Indulgement of other cultures?
well, like I said, I'm a hunter, and in battle, I assume that we're going to, um, the more powerful I become, the more the advanced the prey is, and I can't always be in my ideal location and situation. So I assume there are going to be points and places where I'm captured, knocked unconscious, uh, where I'm in a situation where my things have been taken, and I want to ensure that I'm skilled with any weapon, uh, especially exotic ones. The more that I know, the more that I feel confident with anything that I touch, uh, the less opportunities I give someone to turn me into the hunted.
Hmm. I did not think you to be a man of intellect. Interesting. Would you care for a dance partner?
You you spar. Are you okay? So here's the thing. I'm not too hot on like charismatic things. Um, are you asking? Are you asking for like actual dancing, or is this like for like fighting? Because I can do the other two really well.
She,
Um,
she kind
if
of
this is a flirt attempt, I don't.
flares open her coat, which doesn't directly answer what you're saying, but kind of reveals this very beautiful scabbard, from which she pulls a kind of very thin black bladed rapier. She kind of twirls it in the air a few times. I can do both, but I assure you I meant the blade.
Oh, uh, sure. I so here's the thing. I have to ask, because I do learn from previous mistakes. Is this going to be a situation where you just try to, in the middle of me talking, attack me? Because Kipley tried it
She
and I
stabs you in the
accidentally
chest. No
enabled it.
kidding.
Oh, fuck yeah.
um, you see, it looks like. Go ahead and make me insight. What's your passive insight? Is it 15 or above?
It is 15 exactly.
Okay. Yeah. For a moment, she looks at your chest, and you get the feeling that like that inner drow nature just makes her want to stab you even more. But she holds back and doesn't stab you halfway through your sentence. He goes, "No, I'll wait. But I did hear about that, and that is quite funny."
Yes, she hit me with um the thing. I don't know. It's magic. Um, pretty clean hit. Um,
I'll wait until you're ready.
yeah, sure. What is your uh weapon of choice? Pick your poison, I guess. Do you I use what I'm most comfortable with, or is there like a specific item and
Oh, you
weapon you
can
want to
pick
spar
whatever you
against?
want. I am perfectly fine with what I already have. Unless you'd prefer me to use something more mundane.
Oh, it's magic. Okay.
I sure
It
it's
will
not
to black
anything of
blade.
a deathly nature enchant. You'll live as long as I want you
The
to.
way. I like this a little too much. Cool. I'm going to uh fuck it, we'll keep it basic. He's gonna pick up the long sword and put down the double-sided
Sure.
scimitar. Yeah.
Cool. Um, for the sakes of sakes, go ahead and just roll me 3d10.
3d10. Cool, cool, cool. That is going to be
Hmm.
18. Oh, triple six.
Oh,
Oh, triple six.
nice. So you take a number of about an hour or so, number of rounds. You take breaks in between. You kind of chit chat. Um, she does manage to beat you about 13 times, but not after the fact that you end up overall, if you count this as a competition, winning your little sparring matches, 5 more than her. It is surprisingly close. She is not strong. She has a strength modifier of 8. Not a strong woman, but dexterous, and clearly battle hardened. Um, so kind of definitely moving out of your strikes more than leaning into them as you are with your kind of wild barbarian rage. Um, but you do get a good sense of you get a sense of the fact that in terms of level difference, you're not that far apart anymore since you have leveled up. Because you know, out of character, she's a level 7 cleric. But you get the sense in terms of experience, and in terms of what kind of battle hardened nature she wields. She has been, even for you, in much more combat than you. As you can see her deftly dodge out of the way strikes that even hit some of the more recent foes that you've landed on. And you can see for the mix of both arcane uh, and kind of martial style swordplay, um, it is kind of overpowering that you end up actually beating her. You see, at some point, she does pull out a spiritual weapon to kind of even the odds, and it's one of the only reasons that she does end up kind of winning is there's 2 swords fighting you at once and one spectral. Um, and at one point, you see she does aid you in showing the proper techniques of how to use a revenant blade or the double-bladed scimitar. Um, it's not something that you're accustomed to, something that you haven't really worked on too much in the past, but as she kind of takes you for the motions of it, it is, unironically, kind of more of a dance-like motion than other blades. And for your very like feral kind of just pure muscle it through style with thrashing your weapons around, it doesn't feel natural. But with the help of a very experienced and long-lived soul like her, you definitely get some guidance on how to better use it. So you just feel a little bit more proficient than what you were before after this few hours of training. And luckily you dueled with a cleric, so she does heal any wounds dealt on both her and you.
Bet.
Was there anything specific that you'd like to ask and or do once the sparring is done, or during?
Uh, yeah, I think Dordon getting kind of used to her sparring and seeing that she's like highly competent in what she does and how she fights. Um, he'll kind of look towards her and he'll say, So, first off, phenomenal sparring. Um, Secondly, do you have a moment to kind of shift strains a bit? I know that uh, chopping into me is fun. From firsthand experience, I know as much. But I'm gonna get your opinion on something.
She kind of flings some of the blood on her blade onto the floor and hops up onto the table behind you. You have my ears. What exactly are you curious about?
What do you What do you think about the guys, the six,
The
the party?
party who hired me and almost got both the ship broken and everyone killed the first day out?
Yeah, those guys.
Not what I expected. Not in a bad way, just not what I expected. I was curious when I agreed to captain their ship. I'll admit I was looking for a break in the workflow, and they seemed highly inexperienced. I had heard about the previous endeavors of an up and coming vassal group. Not many vassals form a group out of the tournament, and while their accomplishments weren't very large in number, did hear that the effects were quite positive. The Southern Dock had been out of business for quite a number of days, lost a couple thousand gold off of it, but they cleared out a group of Merrow, I believe, who were coming up and killing fishermen, killing all of the fish that were being or were previously being used for sale, and just kind of disturbing the ecosystem. Um, I heard the paladin who got the scorn of the monarch, the very first vassalship tournament, and I was very curious to see what they are actually about. Um, I've been on the seas for hundreds of years, and I've seen many different philosophies, reasons for being out here, and I wanted to see what theirs was. I'm a curious person by nature. They seem, some of them, kind hearted, very open minded individuals, and very trusting. I mean, if I met someone for a day and they were offering their services for a price that is far cheaper than what they're actually worth, I'd be a little bit suspicious about why I would hire them, but they didn't really seem to be bothered by that with me. So, I don't know. I've definitely grown to
Yeah.
like them a little bit more after the fight. They clearly bring some fun with them, but I just wasn't expecting this level of it. Why do you ask?
Um, Struggling, I think, to fully grasp them. I mean, to be fair, I haven't really talked to many of them. I try to make I try not to mix what is required for business, especially with a powerful woman, with kind of the greeting stages. But even just from observation, they seem to be people in a world with hearts shielded by cold stone of life. They seem to be very open with their feelings, emotions, the way that they go about things. You know, don't get me wrong, they are very capable killers, maybe sociopaths, or psychopaths. I don't know, but you kind of have to be for this line of work. Um, but it seems like I don't know. It's strange that they almost carry this light with them, this optimism and hope, this kind of positivity to the steps and actions they take. That, I mean, luck is kicking their ass, and you would think like maybe they view it differently, but they take it on the chin and they keep pushing, and maybe they're just eternally struggling and pushing it down, and it's not really affecting them, or maybe they just don't feel it like that. It's odd in a not odd way. It's maybe that's how life is intended to be, and they're just the first ones displaying it. But it's
I think a
I don't know.
large part of that is they haven't seen much of the world. I think the easiest analogy is puppies. Adorable. Can still go through hardship and remember it, but are only kept within the bounds that hold them. For them, their cages have been their lives so far, and they've now just been opened up to a world of, well, opportunities. I think some of them have gone through more than others. The way they talk, carry themselves. Clear some have seen tragedy. Others are literal children, which again, I question how that is legal under the vassalship terms and conditions. But, apparently, they don't care much these days.
What is he? I know he's a child, right? And racially, I think he's what, gnome, halfling, something of that.
I think
I
he's a
don't know.
halfling, yes.
Okay, so he's just a
They tend to be
child.
more porty,
Okay.
short, but I still think he is a child halfling. I've seen halfling grown-ups before. They don't have his... You keep the childlike features and face for a while, but he seems like a child. The way he talks and carries himself, he is just childish. Which again, whole new level of concern for why he's even out here, but nonetheless.
What does he do? What is his... I've seen him do things. I don't know what his ability set is.
I have no idea.
Okay, so it's not just me. Okay, because is he a cleric? But I feel like you would know if he's
No, I mean,
giving off divine.
hard to tell exactly who is what most of the time, unless you're very obvious and open about it. I take it back. That Percival Rennell fellow is the most obvious wizardy wizard I've ever seen. Coat, books, glasses, I mean, come on. But some are hard to tell. I mean, if you see a drow like myself, a long black trench coat carrying a rapier is the first thing that you guess cleric.
The first thing I guess is mommy issues, but after that, maybe
You see she bursts out into a fit of laughter. Wow. That is stone cold. Was not expecting that.
Yeah. You see the double entendre on that because it's like, drow typically have the fucked up society. It's yeah.
Oh yes,
I'm so proud.
Don't worry. You guessed accurately. If you hadn't, might have been insulting, but yes. don't have the best relationship with my parents. Or I guess didn't have the best relationship with my parents.
Your parents dead?
Oh, for a long time.
Hey, Dead Parents Gang, what's up? He puts
That
his
is a
hand up for a high
strange
five.
bonding activity to go over, but sure.
Listen, all my people died before I was old enough and conscious enough to come to my own decision making. It's fine. This is how we do it.
Was it by your own clan or others?
Let's just say that is it classism? Because I feel like if my people, because it's not xenophobia, because they didn't give a fuck about the race. It's not like racism. Well, I guess racism would be more akin. So it's kind of, it's like,
It's a bad start to a sentence.
what do you call a group of people that desire to wipe out an entire class of like a people of like a certain like magical profession? Is that what type
She
of
just kind of narrows her eyes. Your people wanted to wipe out an entire other group of people? I mean,
Yeah,
I'm not unaware to the idea, but damn.
yeah, it was so again, it's not like it was based off of things that they couldn't help. It was more so like eh, let's be plain here, because neither of us are. So it's druids. My people were it's this whole thing of like it went on so long. Druids fucked with my clan and my people. We were kind of natives to specific pieces of land, and we didn't have the love of nature, but they did. And it kind of broke out from that, where the people within the clans that had love for nature, they went their way, and we kind of had to make up to protect ourselves without their protection, by developing the skills that we developed. And then the feud, somebody attacked first, and it was just kind of, it went from eradicating a part of a clan to all individuals that processed and utilized druidic magic. Um, and yeah, so we wiped out a nice little chunk. Sorry, they wiped out a nice little chunk. They're dead now. It's not, we're family wise, we're not in the business of doing that anymore.
So you're the last of your clan who murdered a bunch of druids. And when I say a bunch of, I assume you mean like an island full or something like that.
Maybe a couple of island fools.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting. I didn't think that there were that many to wipe out. How long ago was this?
I don't fucking know. So I was given the order to kind of like take care of the last one, and it was like my people's dying wish. But I was like 6, 7, or 8, something like that. And the last one was like an arch druid, and it's a whole thing. But now he lives in my head, and we're cool about it. So. Yeah.
One moment.
Oh my god. Is that what it would be called? Would racist be what it? I don't know if I don't know what is.
There's no exact definition for it. Excuse me. Oh. Yeah, it's kind of hard to describe. I guess both. Because it was, you know, we're not gonna get into it. There was a whole bunch. That's a whole nother fucking session. But for now, classist works in a way. And she kind of looks and she goes, you know, you seem to be a rather straightforward person who's rather open about his people murdering an entire group of other people. I feel like if you express this to most others, you would be met with not as open arms as certain drow might. See, I had a civil war when I was born. Half my family wanted to kill the other half of my family. They succeeded, and luckily I was on the winning side, so I understand somewhat what you're talking about, / going through. I think others would just consider that a crime. Just a really deeply upsetting crime.
Think about it, right? If I say this to a person, they have one of two responses. Either they don't fuck, or one of several responses that kind of lead to the same two options, right? They either don't fuck with it and leave me be and avoid me like the plague, which that's fine. They don't, they fuck with it and make it known, and it's like, it's kind of weird. They don't fuck with it and try to do something about it, which, you know, come on. Or they like do like you do. You kind of, you don't fuck with it, you understand it, and we grow as individuals from it. Like, I know I'm not everyone's cup of tea. I'm clearly not Kipley's. But she's kind of burdened with me, and maybe I'm not everyone else's, but kind of the time that's wasted on, I think, this tango and dance of pleasantries. Life isn't guaranteed to people like us, and tomorrow isn't something that we get to see. We literally almost didn't see it. So if we're just wasting it on concealing who we are, do we conceal who we are because we're ashamed of who we are? Or do we wait for people to grow fond enough to understand us? Or do we just take the risk, and if they fuck with us, they do. If they don't, I mean, they don't. And you would have saved so much time and gotten closer to people that actually care about who and what you are. At least that's how I view it, and that's how the voice in my head tells me to kind of think about things.
Seems a little deeper than these current conversations are going, so I'm not going to ask about that. But sure.
Yeah. Which seem like my people, and that's really cool.
No, I didn't murder a bunch of druids just because they were druids.
Oh,
I
not that
murdered
type of
like uncles
people.
and cousins for political reasons, but that's different.
Okay, you committed like one of the sides. It's not like matricide or patricide. It's, I don't know what the uncle one is, but you committed a side. I didn't. All right, so at least I murdered people that weren't like blood. Technically, I didn't. I did.
Blood is,
actually.
If you just go by what is blood and what isn't, that's just, the lines are grey between who is free to murder and who isn't. This is a world of chaos we live in, Duradon. You can't really count on family. Especially, you don't understand the underdogs. Whatever druid fantasy land your people murdered and took over, I very much doubt it was like what is down there.
So what you're saying is that you're going to take me to see your family at some point, so that I can, like, for research purposes.
You value your life? No. If you would like to potentially risk dying for meeting people who don't like outsiders, sure.
Like
I
a
mean,
fun little day. We can make a whole I don't know. We can make a whole little week of it, right? Like you go down there and you reunite with people that tried to kill you, and you're like, "Hey, mom," or no, you said they were dead.
no, my
Hey,
parents are
cousin.
very dead. The only people that are left down there are still on the hit list. I just have better things to do. And
Oh,
eventually they'll die of age. So I don't have
new
much to worry about.
experience. Oh fuck! You don't like so you're petty, but you're not like you're petty, but not bloodthirsty, right? Is that because that feels like a petty thing and not a bloodthirsty thing?
You can define it as you will. I just don't see the need to go down and murder dozens of people just because they killed certain family members and loved ones. I mean, time kills us all, but I don't see everyone trying to kill time, except for some crazy archmages.
I was about to say lichdom. I think is like kind
Yeah,
of
there's
like
a
wizards.
difference, you know.
They
They're
they
more trying
fucking
to escape it than kill it, but that's a whole nother deal.
you killed death as a wizard tried. I feel like a wizard would. I feel like that's a
I
wizard
don't know
thing
if
to
they
try.
have. Their story hasn't reached our ears. You get
That's
the
fucking
point.
fair. Yeah. But hey, if there's ever a time, that reminds me, this is a very important question because you just talked about how much you kill people and have killed people. And then I just also registered what the group hired you for. Um,
Mm.
who were you a cleric of?
She smiles. You've asked me a lot of questions, Duradon. I have given courtesy to many, but that is something I normally keep between me and the one I worship.
Are they hot at least? I mean, if you're gonna be on your knees for them, are they, good looking?
I don't think mortal avatars or appearances come into play much when you never actually see them except for in visions. And I am not of a clerical standard that allows me to do so. But I like to think so.
So okay, hell yeah! All right, that's pretty dope. Cool. Is it maybe no picture for you? Is it um? I mean, yeah, you're right. I have asked a lot of things about you, because I'm just genuinely a curious person. But if you ever want to, like, I don't know, try to pitch me who they are to convert, it'd be cool. I feel like
I'm not that kind of cleric. They
is
chose me for my deeds. I did not bow to them.
it chose you for being like a survivor of like a society of
No,
murderers and killing you people.
not
What
a
deeds did you
survivor.
do?
Perhaps you will earn the right to hear that story.
I don't know if you intended for that to be mysterious or for it to be like a sexy thing, but it was kind of both, and I'm so here for it. That's pretty good. Sure, yeah. I guess I've worked for far less. So cool. Yeah, no, that'd be pretty dope to learn about your god or goddess or whomever.
Remember
Um,
what you said earlier?
about
She
I
stabs
said
you
a
in the
lot of
stomach.
oh.
We move away. We move away. Kipley, what was your little thing you like to do?
Oh no, she wanted to talk to Doradon.
Oh, lovely. So after she stabs you in the chest,
She's just like
um,
sitting down there.
oh, I
Crisscross
love, yeah,
applesauce, just kind
crisscross
of
applesauce
watching.
across the room,
Yeah.
observing this. Um, After she stabs you in the chest, she just leaves the knives in. She leaves the fucking knife in, just walks away.
Uh, was fucking. Oh, that was painful. It's also pretty fucking hot. He pulls the knife
Only
out
a
of his chest.
barbarian would find that hot.
Yeah. He turns, not expecting to see Kipley just sitting right there.
She just kind of looks at him and gives a small little wave.
Hey, bud. Are we on good terms, or are you about to come yell at me?
No yelling. Thought maybe we could talk.
Is this a disappointed talk, or is this like a genuine talk? What type of talk are we having?
Is it not genuine if I'm disappointed?
So you are disappointed.
No.
Okay. Sure. I mean, yeah, I can't stop you from having a talk, and my will to not engage is so low that even if I tried to resist, I would probably have a conversation anyway. So shoot, go for it.
She looks like she contemplates whatever you just said for the moment, and then she's just kind of like, all right. Do you need help with that? She kind of points at the stab wound in your gut.
Like, are you going to make another one, or are you going to try to heal it?
Which do you think?
You are the same person that in the middle of a conversation did hit me with magic, so I don't know.
Well, you also challenged me in that way.
Yeah, but I thought we were gonna go to like an arena or something. But don't get me wrong,
I
it was
didn't know
pretty
that.
cool. Yeah, it was.
You
It was...
just said let's test it, and we were in the guild hall. I thought that was something that was allowed. I didn't know.
It was pretty dope. It was a pretty dope thing. But I assume you're trying to heal it, but I don't know. Can you do that? Magic does weird shit. You can heal people.
Yeah, no. Yes, but no. No. Just look. Okay. I. What? How did you know? Earlier.
Thank you for specifying, because I was lost. I was a bit observant, and
No, that's a bit more than observant.
well, your whoever is very protective of like your like source of power, the thing, you know, that everyone kind of knows at this caliber how to ascertain and to look into people's like mojo and shit. um Somebody was highly protective of yours, and they just so happened to make it known not to look into it, and in the process of telling me not to look into it, they revealed aspects of themselves, which was pretty dope, also
How?
terrifying.
Okay, well, first off, how did you do that?
What do you mean?
How did you see that? Like, how did you even know to look? How did you look?
With my eyes. I don't know the question here. Are you asking
Are
like
you a
how
magic
was I?
user?
Oh no. I can't use structured magic.
Oh my
And
god.
yeah.
Do you have a patron?
Like somebody that gives me abilities to, I mean, technically, I guess, but also no.
How did you come under Evelyn?
Oh, okay, so it's this funny story. I wanted to be stronger, and she seemed like the individual that had like the most straightforward process. Like, you know, the strong lady, she's pretty cool. I was like, maybe I'd go with her, but also she's kind of weird. Um, but Evelyn was kind of, or I can't say her name. But Our Lady.
No, you can say it.
Oh, I can say Evelyn. Cool. Cool.
You've already said it for conversing with Kipley, and as two people who are both bound by the same pact, you are able to discuss it with each other. Because you both already know. But anyone who isn't a member of her select few, those are the people you can't say it to, which is the majority. But amongst each other, you can.
Yeah, no, with Evelyn, it was kind of pretty much straightforward. She has a use for people like us, and in exchange, she gives us the ability to kind of explore and go other places. It just seemed like the most logical thing. I can't invent things, and wizards and mages tend to have like this hubris for creation. They don't really ask should they create a thing. They just kind of do it. And everyone else just seems like fucking pretentious. So she was like the one that seemed most transactional. Um, and so that seemed like the smartest kind of bet to go.
How did you see her?
Like I said, adventurers of certain caliber can view other aspects of people. Were you not taught this?
I can see certain things, but you not only saw her, you looked at her, and then you talked to me.
Yeah.
Without
Again, that was
actually
more.
saying words.
Oh, telepathy. That's what you're concerned about? Cool. Yeah. No. So I can contact and make a link with other people. And I can speak in their head, which is really useful. So yeah. It's
Can you
not
read their
mad.
thoughts?
I think it's magical. No, I can't read thoughts. That I cannot do.
Did she say anything to you?
No. She just kind of gave me the feeling of warning to like stay the fuck out and not to look further. It was kind of like that if you've ever been to one of those gated communities that have like the little signs that say beware, we have drakes, do not enter past this point. And it was kind of like that.
And what was your takeaway from that?
I'm gonna be honest with you, Kit.
It's Kipley.
Okay, Kipley. All right, I'm gonna be honest with you. Your patron is your shit, right? Like we've kind of already established that I'm here to help and make sure that you stay alive. And I mean, if you don't want me to do anything past that, I get it. I get it. I'm this new guy that's been sent here by a person that we mutually know, but that's kind of like a demeaning thing. And now I'm kind of looking into aspects about yourself that maybe you keep secretive for a reason. And that may rub you the wrong way. I view it as kind of helping me understand so I know how better to protect you and what things are normal for you and aren't. Um, but I'm not going to pry into forcing my help into anything other than keeping you alive. If you don't want to talk about this individual and they're not directly harmful to your well-being, then that's your business. I can't really do anything about it, but I'm here to help. And if that help leans towards, you know, fucking around with something that is clearly beyond my comprehension and capability to understand, well, I dug an axe into some devil thing that I saw 6 seconds after waking up. So clearly, I don't, again, have too much impulse control, and I don't weigh situations on the same scale as other people do.
She kind of nods her head, contemplative for a moment. Well, she's a part of me, and I thank you to stay out of it. Unless you want your bones planted in her garden. Also, I only came in on the last part, the last bit. About you and the druids. But if you have any harmful thoughts towards Mammoth, you're not going to last long in our group. And if I can't assure that, I'll make sure she does.
Noted. Didn't know he was a druid. It's good information. Right. No, I'm not gonna pry in your stuff. Um, Seems like you're happy with the deal that you made, um, or at least protective of it. I'm not really gonna say happy here. Reading you is kind of like trying to figure out dragon chess without all the pieces being visible, so it's kind of impossible. Um,
I'm actually
but
quite the open book.
Are you?
Yeah.
I mean, you might be, but are all the things written there truthful?
To my friends, they are.
Cool. And just so I know, we're not clocking in as friends, or we are, maybe.
I think that remains to be seen.
I had to try.
Just because you want to complete a job doesn't make us friends.
That's fair. But I will always offer up the friendship. There's nothing in the rule book of Our Lady that says that I can't work for profit and requirement and make friends along the way.
I suppose I have high standards in that case.
Why?
Because I can't trust that the moment she decides your usefulness here is not necessary, that you won't abandon us.
Have you had other people abandon you before?
Doesn't matter.
If you is this coming from a place of wanting me to stay, or is this like a
No,
you
I just
scared?
like people to be open, and it's just hard to know where your allegiances lie when you're currently under the direction of a sponsor to be here.
Do you want to ask me where my allegiances lie?
Sure.
Okay, cool. All right. So it's this awesome thing of generally I have to do things that she tells me to do because it's kind of a part of our thing. But past that, I pretty much go based off of what I feel. I don't have connection to any other deity or power or anything like that. So it's kind of based on how people make me feel, how much they need me, and if they want me around. Some people, I'm not a lot of people's cup of tea. Um, so I'll stay if you ask me to stay typically, and it follows in the realm of protection or doing some type of good. Um, I am generally pushed towards doing very good and nice things for uh, people within kind of reason. So I guess like I have this thing in my head that forces me to be a better person every day, um, one step at a time, and kind of like make these minor to major choices to be a good person. So I guess my allegiance is to that voice trying to make me a better person in the spectrum of being kind of like a glorified living killing machine. Or sorry, killing construct machines. I don't know if that's the proper name for things. Um, so that's what I have allegiance to. But if you're like, I'm not really on the big. I'm not really big into the you do this thing because I told you to if I can avoid it. Um, so. There's no other like little people in my allegiances.
So this voice in your head,
Mhm.
not yours.
No, it's actually the only druid that I've ever killed.
So you're You're bound by a druid.
Not bound. He can't really control anything else other than kind of being annoying, but um it was kind of this whole thing where he was like, "Hey kid, you know, I can kill you and we can keep this whole cycle of like you're dead and then the spirits of your people kind of come to haunt me, and you know, I live this lonely existence fighting off the ghost of people that I really don't fuck with. Or you can kill me and I can use the kind of last bit of my immense magical power to seal all of that hatred into you and actively help you fight it and use it for power." So he's really a super helpful dude. Um, Pretty amazing, honestly.
What's his name?
And here I thought you didn't care. You just hear chime into the back of your head.
Oh, don't be that guy. Don't
No,
be
please
that guy.
continue on. Sing my
No.
praises.
You go fuck yourself, or
You said
maybe
it
your
out
wife.
loud to her, Dawn. Say it more. I'm sure she wants to
No,
hear more.
he doesn't. I don't think she cares about you at all.
Harsh.
Just, just,
Harsh.
is all of this out loud, or is this like internal monologue?
This, it starts off as internal, but he says the last part to like out loud, not really realizing that he's like, oh shit, ooh.
Kippley cast detect thoughts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
For sure. I'm gonna say just because of this fun interaction. Hey, you can for sure pry deeper if that's what you're going for, but with detect thoughts up, yeah, I'll let you hear bits and pieces of what the voice is saying.
All right. So, as she hears some of the voice, her eyes just kind of narrow a bit as she looks at you, Duradon.
He can hear you.
She'll say
Okay.
in his head, "What's your name?"
Are you trying to reach out to the voice in his head?
Yeah.
Gotcha. You what? You can hear.
Quandary.
Yeah, well, yeah. It's the fact that you can hear him. Oh, you also have the ability to reach out to people too. That's right. Forgot. That is something that you can do. If a thought could smirk, Duradon, you hear in your head, someone's taking a peek.
Dordon looks down and kind of gives that same smile, like, listen, you're doing a favor. This dude only ever talks to me. He literally has a wife that he can talk to in there that I can't hear, and probably I think my parents too. So it's nice for him to like talk to other than like four people. So I guess you all have a fun conversation. I'll just be listening.
What is it that you want, girl?
Kibbley pulls out.
Yeah, sure. You do so. You hear in your head again, Daredon. Curious people you're traveling with.
I know.
Be wary of her.
Why do you say that?
Something dark about this little one.
So Doradon doesn't have a lot of charisma. He's going to immediately look to Kipley. He's going to say, Kipley, do you house a darkness inside of yourself?
You're serious?
Yeah, I don't want to be assumptuous. I don't want to, like, just because, I mean, your friend upstairs has bones and she seems like really nice. She has like a whole bone arm. I don't want to assume that bones means like dark presence.
What part of don't do that again unless you want your bones planted in a garden? Did you not understand? She literally No, yes.
I mean, gardens are a nice place. She might just have a different aesthetic. I don't know.
Doradon.
Yes.
Do not do it again. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, yeah, no, I won't. If you ask me not to, I'm not gonna pry. Again, unless it becomes like a danger to like you or like
No.
me or other people who are around.
No. I'm telling you. This is not the kind of being you want their eye turned towards you.
Really, I don't say this often because honestly, you know, as me, I don't think I should ever say this. But the way you're talking about this individual sounds like you may not want her to be with you, and that's kind of scary. Like, I'm scared for you on your behalf. It's not like a mutual thing because it sounded like for a second like it was a good thing and y'all were like rocking together, but it sounded like maybe it's not as mutual.
You
And
hear
that's
that
not super okay.
in your head. It is best not to pry, Duraton. The thing that she houses is not something you want to pry into this openly. She will defend it because she uses it in the same way you use me. But far worse consequences.
What do I talk to her about it then?
You don't.
Is that thing in her head?
Some things are better to leave to rest.
Wait a minute. You're the one that's always pushing to like help people. Seems like a help people type thing.
Some people are out of range. You cannot help everyone. She has already forsconded her soul.
You're a druid. You know how to get souls back, right? That's like a druids know how to do almost everything, right?
My skill set. Communing with souls and bringing them back are two separate things. Deals have large ramifications that simple spells cannot break. It is best you leave this to rest now.
So she's just trapped like I was?
I was.
Sorry, she was just trapped like I was.
I heard you. I said far worse than you.
Far worse. Okay, cool. I thought you just parodied the last part.
No.
Far worse.
Far worse than what you are.
Kimberly's just kind of sitting there toying with
Yeah,
something
there's
in her
complete
hands, just
silence.
kind of watching. Like, I think she understands or knows that you're having like an internal conversation.
Internal monologue is occurring. Please come back to Dirt on a more convenient time.
Okay, fine. I got it. Cool. And he turns down to look at Kipley. And he's like, hey,
Hi.
I'm not gonna mess with your person. I'm not he like definitely in a more somber tone, and a lot less kind of like nonchalantly than he was like literal seconds ago. Um I'm not gonna mess with your person or your people or whatever. Um I don't know your shit. I don't know what you have going on. I'm not gonna make any promises. The more that I know, the more you seem like who I was. And I don't want that for you, but I don't have the capacity, nor do I think you have the desire to expand my understanding. But I am always here to listen. And if there's any format of communication you would like to use to help me understand, I'm open to it. Um, I'm sorry.
I mean, I don't. No, I wasn't really like. He, no, it's an apology. Hey, so you mentioned earlier that the board you were looking at was a shrine to you? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I,
why?
um, it, it's everyone worships their gods, or sorry, a lot of people worship their gods. A lot of people worship their power. Ultimately, you worship either that which you look to for strength, or you worship that which prevents you from being weak. And a bounty board is the constant crucible by which I prove that I am not weak.
By hunting.
By hunting. I prove that I am not weak, and I prove that my skills, as archaic and barbaric as they are, no pun intended, um, they can help people. I can help construct a better world with fire and destruction than most of society would allow me to originally have believed. And I prove that every time I hunt.
Well, I see big changes in your future, Doradon.
And I can only hope the same for you, Kipler.
She kind of just smirks a bit. You want to survive in this party, protect the rest of them. That's how you can keep me safe. All right. Good talk. Good night.
Sleep well and shout if you need anything.
Sure.
And Doradon is not going to pry into like her thing anymore, but does leave a Kipling. You feel as there is a almost like something mentally that opens, um, like the creation of a door. It remains closed, uh, but you can open it at your own type of discretion. Nothing enters in, but you can, at least for the next hour, open that door, quote unquote, if you'd like to.
Like a mental kind of door.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you would watch her pause as she's about to head out, and she just kind of stops for a moment. She doesn't look back, but she just kind of her head tilts a bit, and you see her ears kind of twitch backwards. And you would feel like a little bit of probing at the edges of it for a moment, and maybe even feel like a testing on the door to see if it's like unlocked, and then she would kind of let it be and just kind of look back at you for a minute, and then she would head out or head back to her room or wherever it is was staying. It's a small ship.
I mean, you say it's a small ship, but it is a galleon. So like,
It's a galleon.
there's like 20 plus rooms in
Oh,
here.
I thought we
so-
were all say okay. She goes to her
Oh.
little hammock.
They're tiny rooms. Like they're each just barely above the 5 by 5 foot cubes. But which actually is an interesting point. Did anyone claim the captain's quarters?
Oh, I just assumed
If not, Zyrus definitely would
yeah,
have claimed that
Zyrus
shit.
would
Yeah, for
have
sure.
taken it, and I don't think anyone. Well, Kipling would not have begrudged it from her.
For sure. Yeah. As you walk away, you just hear a ting, 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 ting. The dagger drops out of Duradon. It wasn't stuck in that hard. You didn't pull it out yourselves.
Yeah.
Throughout the conversation, it was just slowly falling out more and more, but you didn't really notice.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else for the night? Now it's about roughly at 5-ish o'clock. Mammoth, would you like to do anything for the day?
Mammoth is gonna go look for Kipling.
Hey.
Swinging
Wouldn't
in
you?
her
Wouldn't you
hammock.
know it? Yeah, after looking above board for a while, you don't see anything. You see your little awakened plant is continuing to grow. Man, it might be withering in the weather. Who knows? But it might survive. But you eventually head under deck, below deck, and you can see that. Do you leave the door open or closed, Kipling, to your room?
Oh, I think I should leave it cracked a bit.
Yeah. You can see through the crack of the door, Kipley is just kind of swinging back and forth in her hammock. You each know your own rooms, so.
We'll kind of just knock at the door and go, "Hi, Kipley."
Hey, Mammoth.
Can I come in and talk for a second?
Yeah, this room. She kind of scoots over on her hammock a bit.
That's not quite what I meant, but he'll just kind of like not want to decline the invitation and just kind of awkwardly sit down on the hammock as well.
She immediately kicks off and makes it swing a bit.
So I think I'm confused about things, and you know things about things, right?
I feel like I know things about things, but sometimes I don't know until other people tell me if I don't. What kind of things are you confused about?
Magic. I don't really understand it. I always like obviously I could do some magic, but it seems like that there's why you guys keep saying that you're some sort of something. Like the captain is a cleric, and I guess those do like help with healing, and I guess Rictus and Reese are artificers, which build things, I guess. But I don't really know. I always just kind of thought that it was magic, and I don't really know like what I do.
She kind of leans her head back on the hammock for a bit, just as they swing back and forth, just kind of looking at the ceiling. Well, how do you call your magic? How did you get it? Did someone give it to you?
I just kind of thought that it showed up when Bruce did.
And did you make a deal with Bruce?
No.
Did he ever speak to you?
Kind of, but not really using words.
What kind of message did he convey to you?
He mostly just I kind of just followed him and did whatever because it seemed like he just kind of wanted me to trust what he was doing.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so
No.
I did.
Did he ever ask you to worship him or spread the word of Bruce the toad?
No, nothing like that.
When you use magic, where do you feel it being drawn from? Do you feel it being drawn from you? From the world around you?
Well, mostly this rock, and he'll kind of like fidget with the stone. But before that, it was like kind of, I guess, the world, but mostly the island that I used to live on. Yeah, it didn't really feel the same in the city or on the boat.
You're really quite interesting, Mammoth. I don't even think you realize how incredible you are. And I say this as one that, I really know shit about shit. Like, I am not smart, not like Rictus or Risha. Like, but I have read, some fantastical books and things like that, and I mean, everything that you've done, and I've seen you kind of like develop over time. I've never seen someone take such a turn in how they use their magic. People who draw upon magic within themselves don't make such drastic turns.
Yeah, I mean, this rock, I think, is a big part of it. I think it's made me be able to do a lot more cool things than I used to be able to. But I don't really get it.
So maybe you're one of the few that actually draw your magic upon from the world itself.
I suppose.
That's really rare.
Why?
They're just... I mean, my understanding is... Actually, I don't... Would Kipling know much about the druids? I feel like
it
I'm
is
just kind of...
no,
questioning.
you're good. It is general like knowledge throughout the world. Obviously, not to those who are separated from it.
Mm-hmm.
But general knowledge for the world who people have like lived in society for long enough to notice that people from a basic understanding know the class system. They know that there are people who, when they get mad, they can literally survive a sword to the heart. Um, they know that there are clerics who are naturally given gifts from the divine that they worship. It is common knowledge that druids are on the verge of extinction, and that people who cast with natural magic are a rarity. So yeah, for sure. Everyone except for Mammoth, who hasn't existed in society
Yeah.
before, would know that.
So she kind of just looks contemplative for a bit and then nods. Mammoth, you are so rare. The world that we live in? Not to sound, apocalyptic or, the end is nigh type thing, but something broke in the world. And it feels like it's dying. Like actively just dying and disappearing.
Mm.
And even amidst that, it still took time to choose you. Not just to wield magic, but to represent it.
It seems like a weird choice.
I don't think so at all.
Why not pick somebody, I don't know, better than me?
Because someone like that knows or thinks they're better than you. The world doesn't need someone that's arrogant. The world needs someone that looks at the world with a sense of wonder. And you have that.
Yeah, I was always called curious.
You represent everything around us. I mean, not to sound like, you know, I don't even know the word for it, but you carry the voice of a dying world.
That sucks.
I don't think it sucks at all.
What am I supposed to do with that?
Listen to it. And
I'm pretty
let
good at
it
listening.
speak to you and speak through you. Help it
What if I don't know
resonate.
what it's saying?
That's all right. I don't think you have to question if what the world is saying is good or bad. I think you just have to resonate it. We'll
I
support
don't know how to
you.
do that.
We'll help you. But you have a natural gift. Just keep doing what you're good at naturally, and I think it'll work.
That kind of makes sense. Things always kind of worked out growing up. Until, you know, my home sank, but up, and, up until then, life was pretty easy.
I'm sorry that happened.
That's alright. It was kind of boring. All I did was, hang out with the trees, and I didn't really get along with my mom super well, and I didn't know my dad, and my grandparents mostly raised me, but I hung out a lot with myself.
Well, now you're hanging out with us.
Yeah, I cannot say that anything that's happened to me has been it's a lot.
It is a lot. It's a lot for any of us. But I think that's why it's important that we stick together.
Yeah. I definitely don't want to go anywhere. Like, I don't want to have to be by myself like that again.
Well, no matter what happens to us, just know that you're never alone. The power you carry with you is all around you. But hopefully it won't come to that. She kind of leans over and just gives him like a side hug.
Yeah, hopefully. What are you?
What?
Well, my magic comes from the world, I guess, but how do you cast magic?
It was given to me.
Oh,
Sort
that's
of.
nice.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it's definitely not my own.
Mm.
Comes from a more powerful being.
Mm.
By the way, did you try the bananas?
Jesus Christ.
No.
Yeah, I think they're rotten.
I guess that makes sense.
Which, I mean, I know you can make like banana bread out of them and such, but I mean, they're kind of also saturated with salt. I feel like we should maybe just throw them over, just toss them. I really hate for anyone to get any food poisoning because they tried them.
Oh, all right. Yeah, sure.
Unless you can do something about that, can you make those bananas better?
If anything, I could probably just make it worse. I'm not sure I could do anything about dead things.
She kind of pats his
You know,
knee.
I could do things. I can do some cool things with plants, like with my little shrub. But I don't think I could ever do the opposite.
Work in progress, Mammoth.
So I lost connection. I didn't hear the last like 20 seconds.
Oh, she just kind of pats her knee and she just looks at you and nods. It'll be a work in progress.
Yeah, work in progress. Well, I suppose that clears some things up.
Do you need anything else? Did I lose connection or
No,
did...
I did
No.
again.
Oh, okay.
Mammoth just spaces out.
What'd you say?
She kind of looks at you for a long moment, just still smiling and just like, do you need anything else, Mammoth?
Do you want to be my best friend?
Oh. Well, what does that entail?
I don't know.
Well, I mean,
I just don't think I've had one.
you can't ask me to be something if you don't know what it is you want me to be.
Well, you don't have to be anything different than what you are now.
So does that mean I'm already your best friend?
Yeah, I guess.
She kind of gives him like a cheeky smile. I think if you look hard enough, Mammoth, I think you'll find quite a few of us here could be considered your best friend. I think Mustang in particular. I think
Mhm.
they very much consider you to be a close friend of theirs. But of course,
Would you build houses with us?
what do you mean?
Well, Mustang once asked me if I wanted to go away and build houses with him or something. And that sounds like it could be cool. But you're also invited if you want.
Yeah.
You don't have to.
No, like, you mean as we grow old?
Mm. I don't really understand all that he was saying.
No, it's a beautiful dream, and I love it.
Alright.
Sure, Mammoth. I would love to build houses with you and Mustang. She kind of pats his leg again.
Cool. Well, I'm gonna go find something to eat and probably take a nap.
All right. Stay away from the bananas.
Yeah, I'll stay away from those yucky bananas. And I'll smile and kind of walk out.
She kind of gives him a little wave. And then the smile just kind of fades as he walks off.
Yeah. Rictus, do you have anything you wanted to do?
Not this night.
Come on,
Get-
go
r-
talk to
You
r-
need
r-
someone to
Duradon.
talk to
Sit on
Maeve.
Kipley. Come on, finish off.
Yes,
the
he would go
4
find Kipley and
Yeah,
Duradon and Mammoth and
Guys, I have a plan. All right,
if anything,
Your
he would have
house.
just stayed at like the bow of the ship,
for sure.
just contemplating things, looking over the bounties. And then as night drew in, he would have just went back into his room.
For sure, yeah. You all find yourselves, kind of doing small bits of tasks, just enjoying a bit of rest and winding down as the evening greets you. And, unless there's anything else, you all can go ahead and bed down for the night. Thus concluding, and drum roll please, your 3rd day of travel. Woo!
long rest.
Crazy numbers we're putting up here, folks. Made it past the 48-hour point. Crazy. But with that, the morning does rise on new. Actually, shit, I need to wait until Ryan is back.
What day is this?
It would be starting your third day of travel.
Okay, so no more exhaustion.
For those who, because you got one removed and you had 5 of those.
I think I had 2. I
4,
thought.
3, 2.
Okay, so I had 5. Pearl removed 2. So then a long rest. So okay, I still have 2 left. There we go.
Yeah, both you and Duradon have 2 left. Yeah. But yeah, before the dawn does rise, Mammoth, when you go to bed down for the night, can you go ahead and make me a insight check?
Yes.
22. Cool. As you're just kind of swaying in your own hammock, restlessly waiting for yourself to fall asleep. You don't have a lot of answers for what you do. In fact, you have way more questions than answers, especially of recent with all of the new developments you faced.
Mhm.
But you do still have one technical answer / way of getting answers. As your insight check on yourself kind of opens up. Hey man, sometimes gotta look deep. You remember when you first touched the stone that while it also looked like kind of a weird resemblance of a vassalship token, it wasn't, but it kind of resonated almost like an outlet, like you feel like you could tap into it, and that's where you found all of those spells and abilities. And you also felt that in a similar way to Vince's cards, there was something there was an other end to whatever this was, that you could reach out to it. I'll leave it up to you whether Mammoth remembers that he can do that or not. But in the moment, you can find answers for the stone. You just have to look.
I'll leave Mammoth to stew on his discussion with Gipley for now.
For sure. You all take a long rest and wake up upon the morrow. One thing of note, the curse levels exhaustion are slowly peeling away. You see Jay, who has been staying with you, has just been kind of taken up in one of the empty crew kind of crew dens. On the now 3rd day out, kind of gathers you all up in one of the meeting rooms of the ship. Just goes, all right. Well, first off, I know I'm just a polite person. I don't have to thank you for this, but I will. Thanks for letting me crash on the ship while I was exhausted from saving your asses. Secondly, I am at a point where I'm capable of moving on my own 2 feet and don't feel like complete deaf, just slightly deaf. And I have been unable to cast or do anything of import for the past day and a half. So I will be heading back to Paradise Peak today. Once again, great job on surviving, everyone. had a little talk with your blue friend, and seems like you guys are going in a good direction.
But
I suggest you continue doing that.
do we gather that meant Reese?
Yeah. You don't got many blue friends in the group.
Just making sure. Sometimes Kipling misses things.
Could've
How
been that
many of
kid
you are
girl.
blue? Yeah, Mustang is actually just indigo. But
Thank you, Jay.
yeah, of course. I technically am getting paid by the council for my duties on this, but I would suggest that you guys get a bard or some sort of stenographer, just anyone to write shit down. Because y'all did a pretty good thing. And I heard about what you did on the island, too, as well. I think that was you. There aren't many groups that have children in them that do missions. So I assume you are those people whenever I hear about those rumors. The ones related to the docks, and the marrow that you killed. It's like 50 of them, apparently, which is crazy. But
So, when you say get a bard to like write things down, you mean just
yeah,
to like
it's good to
journal
keep
it?
track, and it's good to keep track of it and spread word of it. But also, you don't want to be the dicks that spread the word of it yourselves. Have like a third party that you hire to spread the word of it is typically how people do it. Just so your deeds get out there. Because I'm already a well-known asset of Paradise Peak, so they're gonna pay me so I continue to do work under them as a Vulcan. But you guys are just vassals, so you were unaffiliated with the call to defend Paradise Peak. You were victims of an unfortunate circumstance. But in the future, in case you do any insanely heroic deeds, it might be good to have others to back that up with either song or tale of what you did, so that you get a little more credit back at home base.
Do they
That's just a tip.
have to be like? Is that someone we have to hire, or could it just be someone within our party that's really
I
good at
highly
writing?
suggest you don't. I mean, you guys can write it, but I wouldn't suggest advertising it yourselves. Just think of, would you prefer to hire someone who others sing praises of, or they themselves sing praises of themselves?
I don't really know if we need anyone to sing praises of us. I don't really know
I'm
if
just
that's...
saying it's useful, because otherwise you're a bunch of nobodies on a ship that you stole, or I guess kind of commandeered. Um, Either way, just a suggestion going forward. It might help with your job hunts, meeting people, getting a little bit more higher access than normal. But that's just my, professional opinion as a Vulcan. Anyway.
It could also go a bad way. People hearing of our deeds, wanting to seek us out, just to really see how tough we are.
See, that's already gonna happen. Because people who really keep their ear to the ocean floor is already gonna hear about your deeds. It's mainly about the good people who don't know of you and just heard of a ship that got caught in the mouth of an island or whatever, and not about the brave souls on that ship who killed 100 mimics in one night. I was just saying, you don't have to think about it too deep or take it too personally, but it might help in the long run. Which, by the way, like, back to back, you both running into previous whatever his face was that ran this, and then the Monarch of Mimics back to back leaving the island for the first time. Astronomical luck. I don't know which gods, devils, whatever you pray to, but I think you need to change or make some sort of like sage ritual to cleanse yourselves because God's damn, that's impressive and not in a good way. I lived for 350 years at this point, never seen that shit. And y'all just got together, so well, the future is gonna hold interesting things for you. Keeps going this way. Hopefully it doesn't. Forgot my point. Oh yeah. Before I go, in case you guys had any questions, I guess I have a few minutes, and I feel like, we fought together. I already know some of you, but in case you have any questions about where you're going, what you need to do, things like that, I could be of help. Maybe. I know things and people. Somewhat.
I mean, her eyes kind of glanced toward Rictus for a moment. We're headed towards Mistrum.
Mistrum! I hear that's a shithole these days.
Well, funny enough, we are looking for some people.
Oh yeah.
Her eyes kind of slide towards Rictus once again.
There are two Goliath brothers. We have the bounties, the paperwork here, but looking at it yesterday, I noticed even though the names are who I'm familiar with, Varnak Stoneheart and Zaman Stoneheart, the pictures don't match. Like, these aren't the brothers I've ran across.
Right, okay.
Would you know of any reason why? I mean, does this happen sometimes with bounties?
It's not a perfect system. Things slip through the cracks of every establishment. I'm sure there's a mistake that could have been made when they were issuing it. You gotta remember, there's not a whole lot of technology at the moment that can capture somebody's appearance and write it down in print. Of course, there's ways of creating minor illusions and things of that nature, but people mainly just sketch what they're described as for these kind of bounties because they mass produce them. And do you show her the two?
Yeah, he would have
Gotcha.
unfolded it, laid them out on the table.
She takes a look. Stone hands. I personally haven't run into them before. Actually, well, let me go see. Well, I may have heard of them. I don't. I haven't personally run into either of them. Don't know a whole lot. I just know that one deals in smuggling and the other runs some sort of kind of minor bandit guild, thieves guilds. I don't know. They are not high enough on the food chain that I was made aware of them, and they are not low enough to be complete nobodies. So maybe, I don't know. Could have had people gone into town and then paid off as an anonymous tip, excuse me, saying that's what they looked like. I mean, word of mouth can cause confusion. But if they did, that would be illegal. And most common guard are pretty smart for the most part. So I think they would have caught it. Do you know if they have the ability to change their form, appearance, cast spells, anything like that?
Not that I remember them having, no.
Well, there are items that can do so, so that's one. Um, there are many illusion spells that can cause that. They could have charmed somebody to make them think that's what they looked like. I mean, there's 100 different reasons why. I can't really narrow that down for you, but do you want me to report it or something to the guild? I mean, I'll tell you right now, even if you do, it's going to take probably a few weeks to spread the word out. I mean, these things are mass produced and set up as far as the bounty board's eye can see, and it's pretty far.
Maybe not mention it right now. That could
Yeah.
just make things worse as we're trying to hunt them down. They could, if that is something that they're capable of now, altering their looks.
Do you have a drawing, image, sketch, anything to go off of what they look like? Do you know minor illusions you can show me? Anything like that?
Just what would be in my head. Um, I haven't drawn anything out.
I mean, I could look if you want me to take a look.
Are you?
So at least I know.
You can?
I mean, yeah, it's a second level spell.
Alright, you don't have to make it sound. Yeah, just do it.
What are you? I'm sorry if it sounded condescending, but I'm a Vulcan. Of course, it's like it's like standard issue spell casting that we're taught to. If a subject we capture or we're fighting isn't giving us information that we need, you gotta take it by force. I mean, there's a lot of criminals out there, and there's not many who are willing to actually communicate or converse. But yeah, I'll take a look if you want.
Kipley, is that something you could do? I think I'd rather have someone I know pop into my head.
It's not a matter. Let me say this. I can locate people. I can't do that if I don't know what they look like or don't have a big enough description. So if you want, I can look inside your peepers and I can see what they look like. If she looks inside what they look like, I won't be able to help you. I'm offering my help.
No. Yeah, I can do that, and then you can look into my head.
Sure, that's a complicated way of doing things, but go ahead.
That's what we're about.
Cool. So do you open your mind to Kipley?
Yes.
And do you open your mind to Jay, Kipley?
Yes.
This weirdest domino effect. Yeah. Rictus, how much would you like to show? Would you like to show just the images? Would you like to show a little bit of the kind of story aspect? I'll leave that up to you.
He would, before it got started, he would actually look at Kipley and just say, the last images I have of these guys, it wasn't on the greatest of terms. It's kind of nasty. I don't mind showing it to you if you think you could get a better description that way, or if you just want me to think about just their faces and not the situation to kind of save you from those images, I can do that too.
Show me whatever you feel comfortable with, Rictus. You don't have to spare me on any of it.
Okay.
But I want you to feel comfortable in it. I won't dig deeper, I promise.
I trust you. I know you wouldn't. So he would. At first, he starts just trying to think of just those two brothers because he wants to try to keep her away from the harsh stuff. But because he's thinking about them,
Yeah.
he inadvertently brings up the whole story. Maybe not the whole story, but yeah. Do you want me to explain it?
If you want to give a little synopsis.
Wait,
You don't have
pull
to
up
say the
my
whole thing if
Google
you don't want to.
Docs.
Hold on, I have to get the notes.
Okay, I'm ready.
I've got mine ready. Okay.
Need
So
information.
yeah, we can you actually see from his point of view. It's a young Rictus, almost childlike, walking with his dad um, down the street in Mistran one evening. Um, is it okay if I share other pictures too, DM? Or
Of
no?
what specifically?
Well, I was gonna like have like just pretty much of his dad and then of
Yeah, of your family, go
okay,
for it.
of
Yeah.
the brothers. Okay, just put them in the visuals.
I got the brothers saved and ready to go.
Okay. Well, you would just he would then look up to his dad, and you can see that they're holding hands as they're walking down the street. And and let me get that visual real quick.
I feel like you're about to make me cry.
And you see Rictus's dad. He looks back down at him, and they smile at each other.
God.
And then everything kind of goes black for a second. And when it cuts back, you can see that Rictus right in front of him is Zaman Stoneheart. And you can see Zaman is holding him up by his left hand. You can see their voices, or no, you can see their mouths moving, but you can't hear any like voices or anything. You can tell they're talking. You can see the demeanor on their faces are obviously not nice. And for some reason, I don't have Zaman's picture.
Well, it's
I don't know what
okay.
happened to it.
I think
got
it's further
both of
up.
them.
Yeah, I think I see them up here.
Oh, those are not the real ones, though.
Those are not the real ones.
Oh.
At least not the ones that Rictus remembers.
Oh, that's right. That's
Yes.
right.
Yeah.
The ones that Rictus remembers are these two. One on the left, one on the right.
The one on the right is Zaman. You just see him holding him up. You see then Rictus turns to his left to see Varnock holding up his dad, but he's holding him by the hair up in the air. And you can see him just face to face talking to each other. You can see his dad trying to fight to break free. Rictus, it cuts back over to Zaman, and Rictus has grabbed like a little tool from his pocket, trying to stab it into his hand, but you see the tool just bending in his hand because it's just not strong enough to go through. He then looks back over at his dad. Right as he looks back over, you can see Zaman or Varnak pull out a knife and just push it through his dad's neck. And then he turns back over to Zaman. Zaman grabs his knife, goes to take a swing, but that's when the earth erupts underneath him. The swing cuts off the hand of Rictus. Everything goes black as he falls to the ground. And that would be all that you would see.
Kippley. I feel like Yeah, I think she just kind of stands there for a moment and then, like, eyes distant. And once you're done showing, she kind of just rests a hand on your shoulder and gives a little bit of a nod.
Sorry, Kipley. I didn't mean for you to see all of that.
I'm sorry you ever had to see it in the first place. Thank you for trusting me.
You're welcome.
And she turns and looks at Jay. And Kipley will primarily put forth the thoughts of just Varnak and Zaman.
Yeah, for sure. Do you attempt to hide the other details?
Not hide them so much as, I mean, if Jay wants to dig deeper, she's not going to stop her.
For sure.
But she's kind of freely offering up the things that she needs.
Cool. You watch as Jay kind of makes a small sigil in the air and just kind of flicks it towards your face. And it lands on your face after a few seconds. She goes, cool. Which okay, so that is Vonarch Stoneheart, and that is Saman Stoneheart. Gotcha. Which do you want me to take a peek at? I can only do once per day.
I guess Varnak.
Varnak?
He was kind of the brains, I guess you could say, between the two of them.
Gotcha. 1 second. Beep bop boop bop boop boop.
Is that literally her?
No, that is the DM looking up stat sheets for wisdom saving throws.
Dang it! I really wanted that to be her spellcasting.
It just goes beep bop bop.
Yeah.
No, it's actually much more adorable. You see, Jay goes, I actually need a 5th level spell slot to go home. So, and you see she reaches into her bag and takes out a stuffed, kind of like almost like a stuffed animal, looking kind of creature, and places it on the table, and goes, Rudy, Rudy. And you see she taps it a few times, and she makes a similar symbol to the one that she casts towards you, and boops it on the nose. And you watch as this little owl that is kind of in like makeshift almost armor kind of shudders and unfurls its wings and comes to life. She goes, Rudy, do you mind holding concentration for me so I don't have to waste this spell slot? Thank you. And she gives him a little peck on the cheek. And you can see this this little cute little owl dude, which he does actually have art for. Boop, 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 boop. Jay's little familiar Sir Rudy. It's a little owl with a little shield. And you can see he just kind of looks up at all of you and just like fluffs out his feathers as he sits on the desk. And you watch as Jay sits herself down on the floor, kind of grabs a chair to use to like kind of settle herself or ground herself, and after a few moments begins just concentrating, putting her 2 palms together. You see one kind of reaching down and grabbing the other, making a little fist. And as she closes her eyes, without inscribing them herself, they just begin to kind of alight around her, these bluish tinted runes that you've seen before. With every cast that she does, kind of like blue flare goes over her glasses, and you can see this goes on for a few minutes, in total about 10 before you can see the glasses fully flare up and the kind of long, long bits of hair she has begins to float up slowly. You see little tags on each of them begin to alight with similar blue magic. And you see a brief moment, about a minute passes before her hair falls back down and the circle disappears. Huh. All right. I don't got a whole lot. I got something.
You look perplexed.
Yeah, I ain't get it's Scry is a interesting spell. It only gives you one angle. It's not a whole lot of information. Your dude, Von Arc, I can't pinpoint a location based on his surroundings. He was in a dark cell, stone walls. There was kind of a carved bench of stone within it. He wasn't chained, but he looked like he was meditating. And he was talking to someone, but I couldn't get the full conversation. But there was this kind of smoky-esque figure there. Couldn't really make out who or what they were. They were on the edge of my vision.
Did you get the impression that they were like, you know, like in a jail cell, or
It didn't look like it.
like meditating in a room?
It looked more like a cave that just had, I don't know how to describe it. I've jailed many people in the past. But that didn't look like any cell that I've seen. There were bars, but they weren't locking him in. There was a doorway that was open, so it looked like he could leave. But there were a few implements around, which are normally used for torture. I didn't see any marks on his body that would imply that he was the one being tortured. And besides the tattoos and stuff that was already on there, I guess.
Did he look older?
I mean, a little bit, yeah. Didn't look any bigger, but it's a little more wrinkles. Goliaths don't really show much of their age until they kind of hit their later years.
So maybe it's just somewhere he's staying.
The best I got for you was I saw a piece of his clothes was kind of blowing back a little bit, so wherever it was, there was a draft of some kind. Probably meaning it wasn't underground, so maybe a cave on a mountain. Some sort of high peak, perhaps? I don't know. There was a whole lot more, but I could only make out so much before the connection ended.
Well, it's a start, I guess.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah, thank you, Jay.
Yeah,
Thank
of
you.
course. You see Rudy goes and hops on her shoulder. Well, I'm gonna be heading out. If you need anything, one of you, I'm sure, can contact me. Um,
How?
hmm?
How do we get a hold of you?
Well, I was just assuming that out of what 7, however many of you there are, one of you has the capability of casting, sending, or some
Let's
sort
just
of spell.
assume we don't. What would be a good way we could contact you? You got any rocks?
I'm sorry. Do I have rocks?
Yeah, like, that we can contact you with.
Sending stones.
Oh, yeah.
They're not called. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, if that's
Do you got any
not what
rocks?
you're
Is a very
talking.
open and vague statement.
Well, I mean, I was talking about communication. I thought maybe that was just a given.
No, I meant I assume you're all pretty powerful individuals, considering I saw you fight very powerful beings,
Yeah.
and that one of you might be able to cast spells that could, reach out to people. If you can't do that, I guess we won't be seeing each other for a while, but I don't have that on me. I was awoken in the middle of the night in my bed and then told to go help all of you, so I didn't really have time to grab shit.
Alright, well.
By the
Thanks
way,
for
you
coming.
still owe me. And she looks towards Duradon. That was a favor that I didn't owe. I'm gonna remember that. If you're talking, you're muted, Jared. Or if you have no reaction, also fair.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. But why me? I feel like that was my.
Why you? Because you were name dropped specifically after reaching out to you-know-who.
Yeah. Yeah.
Requesting help,
But
saying that there was a dire need of importance because there was a monarch, and I was the fucker that was chosen to help you out of anyone on that list that could have done so. By the way, on the eve of my anniversary, so terribly chosen time to be in danger.
I had no bearing in who they chose. To be
No,
fair.
oh no, I know you didn't, but I will still hold the grudge all the same until it is paid back in full.
I don't know. I like what I don't know what it do. I feel like I'm way too.
You know Develos?
What are the develops?
Not who, but what. You do know. Develos is the nicest bar / restaurant in town in Paradise Peak. I had a reservation there.
Okay.
You know how long it took me to get in there?
Fucking
Take a
Develos?
guess, Duradon.
You
Take a guess.
got into Develos? Oh, wow.
3 months and a favor.
Okay.
And I'm a Vulcan. That's gone because of you.
Not because of me.
No. You can use your logic to get around it. You made the call. Your fault. Know how much that cost? I'm putting that on you.
No, wait a minute. I still don't know what I feel like this is maybe
Don't
my
worry. I'll come
patron thing.
knocking. And when I do, you better have 500 gold on the table just for my seat. In total, it was 1,000 for both me and my husband. I'll take my half. I'll give you some time to get your funds up. She says it with a smile. Come on, Rudy. Let's go home. See, Rudy hops on her head and kind of holds up his shield and points his sword, very cute and menacing, towards Duradon. Before she snaps her fingers, and you watch as they both burn up in blue flame.
Well, I think it's kind of unfair that she wants you to pay her. I mean, the island was kind of heading towards Paradise Peak. It's not going to be much of a dinner if Paradise Peak got, destroyed by this giant traveling monarch island.
She would have been called out eventually.
Yeah, I feel like we just did things ahead of time, I mean, it could have been way worse.
Yeah.
Just hear Zyrus laugh in the background. Yeah, tell that to her face.
I would if she were still here, but
I don't think you would. Anyway, we're going to be reaching Port Cliff in about 2 days of travel.
that's perfect.
Any requests from the Six for what you would like to do while ported there? Would you like to just restock on rations or food, or would you like to head in onto the island?
I'll need to head in just a little bit. Just a little shopping I need to do.
Very well. I'll make sure to keep me and the crew on the ship for that occasion then. Or at least keep the crew on the ship. I wouldn't mind some sightseeing in a while. And actually, let me make a history check really quick. Are you proficient in history? Why, yes, you are. Beep. 18. I believe this time of year you should be coming around time for a festival.
Not a festival.
Coming of the harvest moon.
What's that mean?
Every couple of months, Port Cliff is very well known for its livelihood. I wouldn't call it a party town necessarily, but they are very up in their spirits. As they are the thriving kind of network of trade. Every, I think 3, 4-ish months, a full moon will perfectly align itself directly over the town. And those who are feeling lucky gather in the town square, along with on-watchers and bettors, gamblers, etc., to witness awakenings. To see if anyone is blessed by the moon.
Oh.
And people normally have celebrations about that. They'll bring out different foods from varying cultures, places, people, host events. Last time I was there, I believe they had a dungeon prepared, where they would kind of let these newly awakened folks walk through what it's like to be an adventurer, or vassal in your cases.
Like an escape room?
It's like a haunted house kind of deal, yeah.
Oh, damn it. I thought it was money involved. Okay.
No,
cool.
no.
I mean,
it's-
that's a cool concept.
It's mainly for like children, so you can be like, oh, look, there's a beholder. Oh, run, dearie me, kind of deal. It's cute. I liked it.
That's fair. That's fair.
A lot of young ones find it appealing, but there is also coin events that are sometimes held, depending on who the sponsors are for it.
Do
And I
lots
mean,
of
like,
people...
money sponsors, not your sponsors.
So lots of people are going to be there.
Oh, yes. I mean, if we end up landing and they're on time, you know. Considering you attacked the first day out, who knows if we'll actually make it there in 2 days' time. Hopefully we will.
Alright. So, either way, we need some supplies. And does anyone else need to do anything on shore?
How long are we planning to stay there?
It's going to be my next question.
Completely looks to Rictus.
I just need to get some metals to work with, some more building materials. Rupert's still really beaten up from the island thing,
Just a
so I just need
massive.
to get him in top shape.
See, there's a massive dent in Rupert's forehead, right where the gem is.
Yeah, no,
As it kind of smiles up at you.
that's a really good idea. Alright, so we'll plan for maybe a couple hours, several hours. And then if we can't find what we're looking for, we might have to be longer.
So maybe a day at the most.
I would suggest around a day or so. Plus, feel free to indulge yourself in a little bit of relaxation. You're coming out of a very stressful event. It's nice to enjoy a nice hot bath or perhaps the company of others.
Like a brothel.
We have
I
each
feel
other.
like that was
Never hurt anybody. Actually, take it back, it has hurt many people, but can be helpful in some ways. Not just what I was referring to, though.
So we're not staying longer than a day. Cool. I just need to know if I had enough time to kill people for money.
What?
Good.
In a trading city, you never know.
It's true. This is very true.
Though I doubt it's going to be legal.
I'm sorry, not kill people for money. Well, I can, but you hunt people for money. That's I feel like is the
You can
more
phrase it
appropriate.
however you want, but there are thieves' guilds in just about every major cities if you know where to look.
Ooh, thieves. It's been a while since I've gotten into some. That's like early childhood type. Well, actually, no, not early childhood. Like young adult type behavior. It'd be cool to see different. Anyway, we're not staying long enough to make any waves in the district, right?
Yeah, no, we're literally just picking up some metal for Rictus.
And whatever else you guys need.
We don't need to hunt people.
Okay. And listen, all I'm saying is that I'm not suggesting that we do it. I was just saying if we had the time, and it was either relax and not be paid, or hunt and get a little bit of coin. I am not yet of a level to tell a Vulcan that I'm not gonna pay them back. So just in case. But again, we're not gonna be there long enough. I'm not gonna do it. So I will act like a normal person, non-vassal for the duration of our stay here. To see what you guys do though, and maybe I could learn to have a little fun your way.
Please just like squinting back and like looking between all of her party members, just like, what the fuck is going on right now?
Sus check real quick.
Yeah. That's exactly what it is. It's a sauce check.
Just hear the Among Us sound play in the background.
All
I
right.
was fixing lights. Oh.
No! God damn
Lights are
it!
fixed.
Hey, Mammoth Kid.
I
I could hear the pain.
Hey,
Why
Mammoth
am I-
Kid.
Hey, you got a moment to talk?
sure.
Cool.
Use your words very carefully, Durdon.
Also, if you said this anywhere Kipley is, she is going to be keeping an eye on whatever the fuck is about to happen.
Imagine I said it immediately after, like, you give a look around to everyone. So this is in front of everybody.
Mm-hmm. To clarify, that was the voice in your head.
Okay, I've got a backup character ready.
Yeah, Kipley's keeping a close eye.
So, I'm gonna, if allowed, I'm gonna kind of like motion the Mammoth over to a more like private space, still within sight of everyone, but kind of like out of earshot.
Yeah, Mammoth will follow.
Hey, so I have a question, and before I, get involved in this, I need to know, are you like a actual like kid, or are you just like a small person for your given race? But you're like an adult.
No, I'm 13.
Oh, okay, so you're not a kid. Okay, well, you're not like a. I was thinking like, oh my god, you're 8 or something like that. Cool, you're 13.
I'm 8 in human years.
Huh?
I am 8 in human years, but 13 and halfling. I am not a teenager. I'd be very underdeveloped.
Don't say underdeveloped. That sounds so much worse.
Okay, wait. So like so you're actually 13, but if I were to equivalent it to the lifespan of a normal humanoid, you're functionally 8 years old.
That's what I've been told.
Okay. All right. Cool. So, Kipley informed me of some pretty neat and cool information. You're a druid?
I don't know.
Oh, wait, how do you?
Well, I don't really. I talked to her about it yesterday, but it didn't really seem like she didn't really tell me. She just kind of said that I talk for the world and that I'm super special.
Well, that. Fuck. Did she say what type of special you were, or did she just kind of do like that motherly thing of like, you are so special to me? Or was it like legit?
I mean, I think maybe it could be both. I think it could be interpreted both ways.
Oh, okay. Um, can you talk to plants and animals?
Yeah.
Okay. Um, can you change into plants and animals? Or sorry, well, animals? I don't know about plants. Animals?
Kinda, sometimes.
Sometimes, cool. Do you do a spell to do it? Or is it just something that you can kind of like do?
Um, well, this rock here helps me turn into cooler things, but I could kind of turn into more common creatures by myself, though I don't really do it.
That's close enough. Cool. So I think maybe you're a druid. Um, and so like here's the thing. I haven't met a lot of other I haven't met a lot of other living people of your kind recently. Um, have to be real technical about that one. Um, so it's gonna sound really weird, but you're also 8 and you've just faced a monarch, so kind of banking on the fact that trauma has really kind of aged you mentally more than it has physically. Um, I have this individual that maybe you can talk to, uh, and maybe help along the pathway to kind of being like a thing that you are, a druid. Um, I know that like circles are a thing for you. I don't know what geometry has to do with your abilities, but you know, I I guess like circles are a
You
thing for
know
you.
that's not what circles are, Diriton.
I I do, but it's funny. You gotta admit it's funny. You named the shit after.
He is 8
Anyway,
years old, he will not know better.
okay. Got you. So I'm going to really quick connect you, and maybe you can get like a mentor thing from this. Uh, honestly, I feel bad for a lot of reasons that I don't think I should explain to an 8-year-old child. And maybe this can help. Like, do you have anyone to like train or teach you how to do your thing, or are you just kind of like learning on the fly?
I'm really just winging it.
Cool. Uh, so this might be helpful to you. Um, if you're up for that type of conversation, a and he'll like say it to him his mentally.
Are you talking to the voice?
Yeah, I just
He's like,
didn't get his.
Dom fully phased out because he saw a really cool looking picture on Pinterest and was just in his zone. Um,
Oh, you had your Brendan moment. I love it.
yeah, actually, yeah. I found a new way to address a D10. Um, he responds respectfully. I can't. He already kind of has a how would you say this? He already has someone rooting for him, someone who is watching over him, teaching him things that he doesn't actually hear but can do, and I'm not going to fuck with that, so.
I need you to
Nope.
hear and understand this moment.
Mm-mm.
Uh, that I have attempted to connect you with living people of your lineage and try to undo the wrongs of my people, and you're like, yeah, somebody else has got that occupation.
So, let me put it in a phrasing that you will understand. I am a cog in the so-called construct of the world. Things go through me, things come from me, but I do not create the things. I am simply a conduit for them to move through. You comprehend this, yes?
It sounds like a fancy way of saying you're useless in this context.
You do not. I did not finish. I just wanted to make sure you understood the first part. Because I'm breaking
Okay,
things
cool.
down for you in a simplistic and childish way so you understand.
Okay, that's demeaning, but sure.
It's true. I am a cog. What is teaching him is the machine, the root, the construct itself. So for me to try and educate him would be an insult to my connection to this being. That would be like taking away a prized violinist and saying, "Come, learn from this street hobo and have him fuck up your entire thing you got going on." I don't have a lot of good references to Radon. Society and I didn't get along very well.
I can tell.
And I
Cool.
think any
So,
nature analogy I would say you would not understand.
yeah, no, I mean, I generally, I think, get it. So you're saying that you're not
No.
compared to the thing that he's learning from.
I wouldn't say that in a way. I'm still a cog. I'm still very important and useful. But
Not as big and as useful as the thing that he
no,
has.
I am a part that is a whole. You understand?
So
The
you
same way
don't
as
measure
this.
up to that.
Your muscles are strong. They are breakable but strong parts of you. But what are your muscles without you?
Flesh. I think that's just
Okay,
pretty much.
well, we're at another. This is why I try to keep things simple.
It's cool. You can't do it, and I'm here for learning your
You.
limitations.
No. Think about it like this. When you get very angry, things can't damage you as easily, right?
Yeah.
You understand how your own power works, yes? I need
Yeah,
some sort of verbal confirmation because this
I do.
conversation does not give me a lot of okay, good. There are many different aspects to why that works. Certainly, I know that you don't know the real origin behind that. You are a key component of that. Without you, the rage doesn't exist. But you don't know the entirety of what the rage is compromised of. It is not just you getting angry, but it is also the animus in the environment being drawn into your body to protect it from incoming sources of damage. In the same sense, I am the rage, and what he is learning from is the animus around him. Do you understand? I can make this even simpler for you if you need it, but it's going to get really hurtful if I do.
No, I get it. I understand.
Both key components, just one different.
I'm gonna look towards. I'm gonna look towards Mammon. I'm gonna say, sorry, kid. He's completely useless. Apparently, you got something better going for you.
Okay, don't say that. I saved your life many times in the past. Useless is
I'm not
hurtful.
saying you're useless to me. We have a good thing going. But to him, you
I
cannot
can
help.
still talk to him, but I just don't want to disrespect what is
That was
behind.
the whole thing. I just wanted
Well,
you to talk to the kid.
Yes, but me doing so would be the disrespect. That was the main point I brought up first. I can physically do it, but it's the matter of me doing it is disrespectful.
You're dead. I don't know what level of disrespect you.
Yes,
What's the risk? They're gonna kill you.
you just because someone's dead doesn't mean you can be disrespectful to someone. Your ancestors are dead, but that doesn't mean that they can be disrespectful towards the living when they haunt them.
Yeah, I
Kiplin's,
mean,
like,
but
in the
again, what did they
background.
lose?
Yeah, this is all happening in his head. This is like a good solid
Yeah.
5 minutes of silence.
just
Dirdon is just like fighting with himself.
peeling like rotten bananas and like tossing the insides to the side, just really thoroughly enjoying what's happening right now.
Actually, can you make me a wisdom save real quick, Dirdon?
Cool. That I can do.
It's a
so,
DC. Check the DC. DC 16.
Okay, cool. I was like, I can maybe pass that. That is 18.
18. Cool. You feel a twing. Actually, does the spell tell you that they get to know the exact person that cast that?
While he's yelling at me and we're having this thing, I'm going to try to connect to Mammoth.
For sure.
So,
yeah, you feel someone try to look inside your head. That was not the voice or anyone that you know
okay. All right.
Me?
So several
No.
people.
Oh.
I do. But you will begin to hear voices inside of your head, Mammoth. All right, you can continue yelling at me, but I connected the kid. He's here now. You can talk to him if you want to.
Silence, grease your ears.
Wait, do I know that I'm like connected if this guy doesn't talk to me?
You hear
you hear
that I say
Dirdon
that.
talking in your head.
Yeah.
Huh.
Oh, now, of all the times to be quiet, in the middle of the battle, you're encouraging me to commit violence and then to also smite evil. But the moment an 8-year-old kid maybe has some words of encouragement that you can provide, now you're quiet. All right, cool. This doesn't feel very good aligned, sir.
You feel the equivalent of a psychic slap in your head. You can physically feel it, but it just doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
So what's happening?
So he gets a little bit shy. He doesn't like talking to other people a lot. He's really content with our arrangement. But I currently have the spirit of like an old archdruid like in my head. And I was maybe going to connect the two of you to like for some words of encouragement, but he explained to me that there may be like a level of disrespect involved in him getting interfered or like running interference with the whole training thing that you got going on. Apparently you have a teacher or something that's kind of like helping you along the way. So do you have a mentor? Or do you know who your mentor is?
I could not. I have no idea. I didn't know that anybody was helping me.
In this moment, in this silence, you hear in your heads. and the voice immediately goes, Your Highness, I know it is disrespectful for me to even be in this presence, but it is not by choice. And here, I know, I understand.
No shot.
I warned him. He did not Yes, of course. And it goes silent.
I assume I heard that.
Yeah, you connected.
My eyes are just fucking wide.
Fuck is that?
Yeah. Hey, dude, go ahead and make me a nature check real quick.
Me?
Megan is so pleased right now.
uh,
No, Duradon, not Mammoth,
Oh.
by the way. Yeah,
my
you
bad.
already know what the fuck it is, but let's see if Duradon knows what it is.
Oh my god, he doesn't know who Bruce is.
19? I mean, yeah, 19, it's not for knowing what Bruce is, but knowing whether it's a frog or not, because it's a big fucking reverbed version of it. Yeah, it sounds like a frog in your head. It's kind of weird. Haven't heard a frog in a while, but there you go.
Do you have some like Okay,
And
are
the
you
connection, child, and the connection.
Okay, right. I mentally.
The honored
in
one
the
has
connection.
spoken.
Be so fucking for real right now. Be so fucking for real. Are you telling me that? I swear, if you're telling me that a frog, it's a frog. His mentor is a frog.
I am not going to go into further details, for you would undermine what is ahead of me. Ahead of him.
Okay. So
He is his chosen, and that is made clear.
He is his chosen. He's 8. The fuck is he the chosen of? A daycare? This fucking fuck it.
It is not an
See-
idea that is abstract to you, Duradon. In the same way, you were the one to end the violence as the chosen of your clan. He is the one that has been chosen by nature, and more importantly, by him. I will
That was
speak no
groomed
further
into
of this.
violence. Okay, all right, okay. He kind of kneels down and hits a knee to kind of have that like baseball coach for the like teaching like the pee-wee kids baseball, and looks down and he's like, so you're 8 now, and you're about to go through some wild changes, okay?
Okay.
It's around this time in every young chosen one's life that they begin to be responsible for concepts and constructs much larger than them, and are groomed into taking on responsibilities far beyond them. Good luck. You may become a more fucked up person because of it, but you also become hella cool in your own way. So along the way, if it just gets like really tough and you're mentally like, this is really fucked up for an 8-year-old, just come give your bud Duradon a little tap and we'll try to process that trauma together, bud. Aside from that, good luck.
Oh, all right.
Cool. This was a nice talk, Mammoth. Do you I don't know, what do 8-year-old kids like? I don't have any ice cream. I can buy you. You want to go and get like a desserts or something when we go to the island place?
Uh, yeah.
Cool.
Do you want to buy me desserts?
Yeah, I feel like so here's the thing. I don't know how to express that I feel now that it's been explained to me that you are a child that is coming on to like the burden of like these responsibilities that you didn't kind of like ask for. I feel a fondness to you that has created this like immediate attachment. And I'm not sure if you understand any of it, but I feel like I want to protect you in a way that doesn't make sense for the amount of time that I've known you. And it's definitely like a trauma thing. But I also don't know how to talk to kids because I never got that chance to like be a kid. So I'm really just trying to be like super nice and hoping that translates to like building a bond of some type.
I think maybe I should buy you desserts.
Is that how that? I don't know if that's how. We can maybe buy each other desserts.
If that's something that would make you feel better. I think people think that I'm worse off than I am. But I I appreciate it nonetheless.
Oh yeah. And Duradon provides the little fist for a fist bump.
I will shake your hand too, sir.
My fellow teenager.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna. Kipley is in the vicinity, correct?
Yes.
Close enough. Which, by the way, Rictus, with a passive of 20, you saw Zyrus make some symbols, and then kind of look disappointed after a few seconds. Out of the corner of your eye. But continue.
Look towards. I'm gonna make a mental connection with Kipley and say, I haven't known the child for a long time, but I will maybe kill a lot of people on his behalf. He he seems like a good child.
She'll respond in your head. Maybe learn his name first, you know. I feel like calling him the child, you might start a cult or something.
I didn't have that idea before, but fuck, does it sound like a cool thing to do?
No.
And then he ends the connection.
Just hear beep.
Yeah, devious laughter into the ending of the telepathic communication. That's all I got. I'm sorry.
So?
Rictus will go over to Cyrus.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Oh, yeah, now I'm fine.
I mean, I just couldn't help but notice you looked a little frustrated.
In what sense? I'm perfectly all right.
Are you sure?
Hey, man, I think you're over-examining something. I was just sitting awkwardly staring at the two of them, just like everyone else.
I thought I saw you. I don't know.
Nope. You didn't see anything. and she goes ahead and gives you a look and like slight intimidation, but mainly embarrassment fills her face as she didn't realize she got caught.
Well, if you needed any help with anything, I mean, you're more than welcome to ask.
Appreciate
But-
the offer,
Okay,
Mr. Nordrum.
I won't pry. I'll leave you to it.
As you should.
And he'll just kind of slowly back away and turn around.
Where does Durdon go after that conversation? Fantastic answer. If you're talking, you're muted, Jared.
Motherfucking shit!
that's
I can
Richter.
just hear it from afar, off in the distance, and I know.
He's kind of trying to heed what Kipley said to like kind of like protect the others to protect her, and is trying to like get to know them in different ways. So he's kind of like talked to Mammoth and is like, this kid has depth, but I don't know how to connect with that. And he just made me feel like I was the fucked up one. So he's kind of just like listening and watching, I think, Rictus now, from the other end of the ship, but with like the eagle vision. He's like looking, honing in to like the finer details, and just kind of like awkwardly watching him from afar, trying to gauge and learn more about him.
You see just he has a brief interaction with Cyrus, and Cyrus walks not up to you but past you, and as she walks past you, she goes, "Voice in your head sounds hot," and continues to walk past you.
My
Doesn't-
voice, or the
doesn't say anything. Just keeps walking.
fuck? That's not fair.
Did we all see that?
Or you saw her walk past him, but she didn't make like an obvious thing. She just whispered under her breath 'cause she knows Durdon's a high passive. Just saying
it. And you do see Durdon have like the reaction of like, what the fuck?
And you hear in your head, I think she was talking about me.
Oh, go fuck yourself. You have a wife. You have a wife also trapped. All right, like let's.
I'm being reminded of that this very moment. Thank you.
Yeah. Just because she can't talk to me doesn't mean she can't chew your ass out. All right, fucking stay down, boy.
Whoa. Whoa.
It was more of like a dog thing because you're a druid. Don't make it weird.
No. Okay, I get it.
All right.
Say how you really feel, Durdon. Not like I saved your life or anything, but anyways.
You have. This has not. You're now like the. No, that's kind of fucking weird. I can't relate you to any family, but you're like a close friend.
You hear the Minecraft door sound in your head as he shuts off your connection briefly. Just.
That's so rude. That is so rude. Also, tell mom, dad, and your wife hi, and that they've been really nice.
I will. Oh fuck, I heard Southern. I will. God, I really just emanate whatever I'm looking at. There is a picture of someone with a piece of straw hanging out of their mouth and a fucking cowboy hat. I need to stop looking at Pinterest. I will. Urgh. But anything else that you guys do?
No, I feel like we've done
We're
enough
like-
damage for a day.
Done enough damage for a day. Cool. Anything in terms of like RP items, I don't know, random shit that you like to do throughout the day, or you wanna skip to the long rest? In case there's any interactions that you wanted. You don't have to.
I mean,
Just
Kipri
ask.
wants to attune to her ring, her new ring. I don't know if I need to
Oh
say
yeah,
that.
the fucking.
You don't need to attune to it, I don't think. I think it just
Oh, really?
just
I thought
good.
I
it said
think
it
you
was an
do.
attune.
It is an attunement item.
is it? Okay.
Um,
I couldn't remember.
but you could have already done that last night if you
Yeah.
like. It only takes an hour. Could do it in a long rest or a short one.
All right, she spends 2 hours
Sure. Just to be special.
just to make it extra hard.
Just really focusing on
Yeah.
tuning.
Just calling it her precious.
Yeah.
Precious. Oh god. Oof.
No,
That'd be that'd be so funny if Kippy becomes the fucking golem of this campaign. Cool. So unless you can interrupt me if you like, but if not, we can go ahead and skip to the long rest towards the end of the night. As another day of just you guys hanging out, playing fucking cards and dragon chess and rollies and dice to pass the time. Eventually, it comes time for everyone to fall asleep and rest once again. And as rest falls upon each of you, Mammoth, find rest does not meet your weary eyes. Instead, outside your door, you hear a small knock. Doesn't sound like a knock, more than just a wet thud. What do you do?
Go investigate, I guess.
You open the door, and you see a very wet and slimy Bruce sitting there looking at you.
Hi, bud.
He hops away towards the staircase and goes above deck.
We'll follow.
You follow. You watch as he goes to the very front of the ship. The rest of the crew, there is still you see New is still at the helm, as you don't leave the ship unattended at night, even if it is anchored. But he kind of hops to the very edge of the ship and just kind of sits on the figurehead of the ship and looks at you.
I don't know what you want me to do.
And you watch as his tongue flicks out and grabs at your bag and throws it onto the deck.
Okay. What do you want out of there? I've got this playing card. Okay, I've got this. I've got my vassal token. I've got this giant shark. I've got this rock.
Nods his head.
Okay. this rock. Do you want it?
Shakes his head slightly. He hops up to you and kind of takes his head and nudges the stone into your hand.
Okay. I'll hold the stone.
And Rictus has no active conditions. The deed is done. Go ahead and make me a insight check. Say with advantage. Bruce is aiding you.
I don't know why I didn't do advantage.
You just roll again.
Yeah.
24.
Wow.
Ooh.
Ooh, mama. You look at the stone and look at Bruce and look at the stone, look at Bruce. Crosses Mammoth's mind. You originally grabbed the stone all that time ago. Who was the one that led you to it?
Bruce.
Then it hits you in a moment of childish realization. You felt a connection to something when you picked it up. And you had the feeling that you could talk to something if you just found a way to activate it. You've seen your friends activate magical items before. You even saw Rictus earlier activate Rupert's special ability. What did he use to activate that?
Spell slots.
Maybe if you tried putting a spell slot in the stone, something might happen.
Let's put a level 1 into that bitch.
A level 1 to the spell slot. You put a level 1 spell slot into the stone. You feel a brief charge kind of pulse immediately in you. You feel like sudden shock and surprise. And the suddenly becomes, "Hello, my child.
Hmm.
We finally converse. It took you longer than expected, young mammoth.
I'm confused.
Hello, confused. I am Bruce."
Oh.
Ha 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 ha. That was a joke.
Yep.
You did not laugh.
I
will
thought
pretend to
you
not
were a
be happy.
frog.
I am a frog,
Alright.
as you are mammoth.
This is a lot.
This is. But is it really? We have been together for many years. You never once thought that I could not understand what you were saying to me.
I don't know. I didn't think that you maybe understood literally. But
That I did,
yeah.
as have I understood many of those that have come before you. You,
Like who?
my boy. Oh, many, including your grandfather,
Oh.
his grandfather before him, his grandfather before him, his other grandfather before the other grandfather before the other grandfather, and so
God.
on and so forth. I have been watching over your family for generations.
That's nice of you.
Yes, I like to think so. As the same I have watched over you, watched become a wonderful young man in such a short amount of time. Done wonderful things, Mammoth. Met wonderful people. I'm very happy with what you are becoming.
Thank you.
But I figured now is a time that we must converse. So I must warn you of what is to come. You see, I have come to both you, your grandfather, and all of your lineage with the same mission. Each of you has performed their duties in the same, and as your grandfather has completed his, so must you, my young friend. There is a great calamity coming to this world, one that only can be seen in the stars. And you are one of the few who can stop it. You are not
Okay.
ready yet, and you have much to enjoy before the time comes. But it will come nonetheless. An age of eternal night will attempt to encroach itself on this world. The Nightbringers will come, snuffing out all that is beautiful and bright. And you, my boy, will be the first line of defense, just as your grandfather was for you. I will warn you when the time comes, and you will know. Your family will be able to explain more. They wait for you.
My family's dead.
I assure you, my dear, they draw breath this very moment. In fact, Bruce looks up. They are staring at the same night sky as you right now.
That doesn't make any sense to me, but
Your
nothing
grandfather
else
is a
does.
very powerful druid, Mammoth. It would take much more than a falling rock to kill him, especially when he has yet to properly finish raising you. You will find him. Look to the night sky and you will see a falling star. Where it lands, you will find him, waiting. He will explain more.
I hope so.
Unfortunately, I am bound by contract not to reveal what is to come. But no, I will continue to watch over you and your friends.
All
You
right.
have treated me well in our time together.
Yeah, well, you've always looked after me, so I figure it's only fair.
We do not have much time. The stone can only hold conversation as long as the spell within it. You feel whatever impact the stone had fades.
Maybe I will take that dessert.
What does move do? You know you can pump in another spell slot if you like to continue the conversation, or you can head back to bed.
Do I get the sense that Bruce wants me to continue the conversation?
I mean, they're just staring at you. It's a frog. You don't know.
Um, No. We'll sit out for a bit and look for falling stars.
Yeah, go ahead and make me a perception check. 20. You gaze for a little bit, and you see Bruce kind of saddles up next to you, also staring up at the stars. "30 minutes pass. An hour passes. Right about the time that would be midnight, you see a streak of bright blue and green cross the sky for a moment, falling in an eastern direction and disappearing as the same second that it appeared. Cannot see where it lands, but you can see the general direction it's pointing in. You see Bruce croaks happily.
All right. Message received.
Do you head off to bed after that?
Yep. Sure.
For sure. Go to bed. I'll get another long rest. Another morning follows. Dawn. As you
Yes,
wake,
sir.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to go ahead and make me a nature check. But I want you to... Do you have a modifier for nature checks or no?
I have a +1.
+1? Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and roll that. Cool.
That's a
Do
3,
you want to keep
baby.
that, or do you want to use an inspiration die on that?
I'm gonna use the inspiration die.
Go for it.
That is a
Ooh.
5.
Cool. Yeah, you wake up.
Congrats.
Congrats, you open your eyes.
We
As he
weren't
does,
sure.
he's just gonna say to he's gonna say to
Oh.
himself, "All right, sleep. That's another dub for Duradon."
My eyes open.
Another
Fuck
victory for the
yeah.
OG.
Another D and a victory for the OG. No, you go about your morning breakfast. As you're grabbing breakfast, you actually no. You see Zyrus kind of scoots up next to you and goes, "Hey, pet frog."
What frog?
You know, the frog.
Can you be more specific? What frog?
I
are we
feel
talking
like
about?
you're really pulling my leg here. Conversation you had yesterday with the boy.
Oh yeah. That what?
You're a nature person.
What? First
right?
off, how did you hear that?
Shut up, don't worry about it. You're a nature person, right? At least you were part of it at
No.
one point before your clan killed all of the people that were.
Funny enough, because they did that, I'm not a nature person.
You don't know a
I
bunch
am,
of it?
however. Yeah, I can. I'm really good at survival and stealth and hunting, but the knowledge and information of nature kind of wasn't my thing.
You know stories about nature then, Any?
Yeah.
Do you know what
Are
the
you just
frog's
asking,
name
like-
is? It's a weird question.
I don't think I've been in the group long enough to know like the I know that like Mammoth had wasn't he riding the frog at one point? No, he was riding a broom.
He was riding the broom. I actually don't know if Mammoth
don't-
had Bruce out during the Goblin counter.
Yeah, I don't think Duradon's seen Bruce at all.
I don't think you've seen
Oh,
Bruce.
haven't
You've
seen
He
heard
hasn't
Bruce,
been out in a
obviously.
minute.
Yeah, no, he's not now.
Cool.
So actually, no,
Yeah.
you wouldn't.
Redacted statement. I'm sorry. What? Who? There's a frog present?
Don't worry about it. Scoots up to Kipley. Morning, Kipley. Did you sleep well?
Hello.
Did you just say ow or hello?
Hello.
Oh, you said that in such a quiet tone. That was very adorable.
Oh,
Hi.
sorry.
Do you happen to know the name of young Mammoth's frog?
Yep.
Oh, you did. Wonderful. Would you mind telling me what it is?
Yep.
I'm very curious. She just continues to stare at you. You go. Are we going to play this game? It's a
Why do you
frog's
want to know?
name. I just like to know things.
Well, I mean, it's just a name, but you seem to be very intent on it, so I'm just curious,
I just thought that it'd be okay. All right. And she leans in really close. All right. I thought of something. All right.
Yeah.
I thought it'd be really nice if when we stopped in town, we got a collar and I could put the name of his frog on there for him. Or I could get some sort of cute little tag or bow, something like that. And I need to know the name to put it on there, but I don't know its name. I just heard
Oh.
he had a frog.
Do you mean like a collar to put on the frog?
I don't know. I was thinking more like a bow, because I've seen frogs with bows before, but not for collar on.
Maybe like a bracelet.
bracelet? Yeah, maybe. I feel like if I ask him, it kind of like spoils the surprise part, right?
Yeah.
She
Can
continues.
she give me insight? There's like
Yeah,
she's-
absolutely. I was gonna say you can
Okay.
insight it if you want.
Okay.
Stealth check.
Oh fuck me. Can I? I'm gonna use inspiration if I can.
It's the end of the night, baby. Go for it.
God damn it.
A 9. Hold on. Una momento, por favor. I accidentally dropped my d20. All right. Oh yeah, no, you. Yeah, she seems genuine, as far as you can tell.
Yeah.
And it sounds like a cute idea.
No, that's so adorable. I really like that. What did you want to have, like, you know, little gems on it and stuff? Did you want it to like
Encrusted? I mean, if we have the time for it, I didn't know if they have anything like that, just like waiting for people to like inscribe names on them. But if it's possible, yeah, that'd be cute addition.
It's so sweet. I didn't realize you cared so much about Mammoth.
Well, I was a young adventurer once. He is a literal child. I feel like because he's a vassal, he's not going to get a lot of things for free. Never mind gifts from people. So I thought it'd be a good idea.
It is. It's very sweet, especially from someone who keeps reminding us we owe them so much.
Well, some people owe me for saving their lives. Others are just here and trying to survive. And, sometimes a nice gift can help get your heads out of the clouds for that.
I mean, as far as I know, Mammoth is always just called the Frog Mammoth.
Go ahead and make me a deception check. You are trying to beat. Oh, never mind. You already rolled. A 22. 22. It's not enough.
Okay.
Hey, man. She's a cleric.
Mm-hmm.
High wisdom.
Yep.
Proficiency and insight. She looks at you and goes, "Oh, Mammoth, right. Can you go ahead and make me a wisdom saving throw at disadvantage?" I look. This is all happening at a fucking breakfast table, by the way.
Yep.
7? Cool. Thank you. She goes, Mammoth, right. How do you spell that?
MAMOTH.
Right. BRUCE. Thank you. She slides away from the table.
Kipli's eyes just, she like pauses as she just continues to stare down into her food, and she's like sighs. I'm gonna have to get better at this, Ezrin.
Fuck, you want me to do about it? I'm a dead person. Okay. But as she walks away, who has a high passive perception? Who has it over 20?
Mine's 20.
Me.
What's your passive? Third on.
At 23.
Cool. You see her kind of mouth to herself and like kind of just whisper it excitedly under her breath. Who would have thought? Some fairy tales are real. Bruce. Bringer of riches and unaging caretaker of Eots. Huh. She smiles to herself and walks out of the room. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
No!
No.
No,
Bruce lore. Bruce
wait.
lore.
I'll post that. I'll
Megan's
post that
not
in chat
okay.
in case anyone didn't
Megan's
get
not
that.
okay with this. Not okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Wait,
I wasn't gonna
wait.
take that shit. You give me prime real estate, Ryan. Of course the frog can fucking talk. Been waiting a whole year. Oh. Oh yeah, motherfuckers. This rabbit hole goes deep.
What the fuck is an eote?
An EO is an oasis or island.
Oh, okay. I thought that was another way of like I was like, what fucking way is this of saying you? I thought it stood for like Utes, and Utes is like a slang term for like young people. And I was
Oh,
like,
that would also be adorable, but no. It is for it's especially for like small islands. Small islands kind of feels, but yeah.
Bruce a god?
Who knows?
Does
An
that make
archdruid doesn't want to
Mammoth
cross him.
does that make Mammoth the avatar of a god? What's up? What's up?
Who knows? All I say is Mammoth hasn't died yet.
That's true.
That's for you to find out, motherfuckers.
That's crazy.
I was like, I'll give Duradon a chance because he's like nature people, but I also like I got a character with a fun little backstory who likes stories and is curious. I'll give her a chance. She rolled a natural 19 plus 7. So
Dang.
I was like, with a 26, it's not natural 20 era, but I'll give her a chance to find out what the name is. And then Duradon didn't know. I know Kipley would lie, so I was like, it'd be funny.
I know
And then
Kipley would lie.
Kipley lies about her own name. Why should you guys fucking
Well, yeah.
lie? You know.
Rude.
And then
Rude.
Zyrus. It's funny that you find out this way. She didn't actually use it in the battle. Zyrus does have Mage Adept, so she can cast once per day, at least this once per day, Heighten spell. So,
Huh.
sorry, disadvantage detect thoughts, man. Gang.
Why didn't she just ask Mammoth? You would have been like, oh, it's Bruce.
She want to fucking ask you.
1, apparently not a frog. 2, Bruce.
Clearly,
more
she
than a
was
frog,
trying
I
to.
should say.
She was trying to be careful about what she fucking said. So. Oh. That felt so good to let out as a dungeon master. The second that Duradon said I'm gonna go pair myself with Mammoth, I did a silent fist bump, an air fucking
air
what's
right
call
now.
it? Like punch in air after you fucking leave. All the kids at the end of movies where they're leaving school, like they graduate and they're just like fist pumping in the air.
The
That was
fucking
me.
Breakfast Club ending
Yes,
scene.
exactly.
I want
Now,
you to
now's
know-
my time. Now's my time
Yes.
We did it, folks.
to make a random frog noise while they're having a
Yeah.
conversation.
I tried to get to you earlier, Mammoth. But I rolled.
I think this is
bad
so
and
much
didn't-
better. I think this is so much better that
Yeah.
you waited, and then it happened right there while everyone was just staring at the two of you. Oh,
I don't know how to roleplay my own character.
yeah. I know what the fuck you
Wait.
want, man.
I know. This shit's hard.
Yeah. You can use a spell slot to talk to Bruce. You know that now.
Yeah, that's good to know.
It doesn't matter what level. It just determines what time it is. It goes per minute. So first level gets you a minute. Oh.
That was some good backstory.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
That's crazy, dude.
That's fucking amazing.
Hey,
Also,
you
Rick
gave me
did-
a fucking backstory with so many holes in it at the start of the campaign, Ryan. And I was like, this is so sad. but also like you left so much open to who was what and what was fucking who. And I was just like,
What?
okay, well, because you didn't explain what Bruce was. You left a big old hole in the Bruce department. I was like, does he want me to do something with this, or does he not? I have
don't
to do
know.
something with this. Like, you can't just say like, oh yeah, no, like I want a frog spirit, and not fucking
I
yeah.
don't know. Like, I didn't. This is my first campaign, so I don't know like what. Like, I
Oh,
don't
don't
know
worry
how
about
much
it.
I'm supposed to like leave up to like
You did
to
right.
you to
You did
decide.
right.
And so I'm like, I didn't want to like be like, no, this is my character. Like,
No, no,
I
no,
don't
no,
Stick to
know.
the script.
No.
As
Yeah.
you have seen by Jared writing 13 pages for his character, and then that character dying, and then him writing 6 pages for the
That
next.
character dying.
You can tell there's many different ways you could approach this. And leaving details open just means that becomes my new playground, and I get to do whatever is up to the lore and story of the world to fill in that place.
I
And
mean,
you got a frog.
yeah, you know what to do more than I do, so have at it.
Oh. I'm gonna sleep good tonight.
I'm gonna kill the frog.
Don't you dare try, motherfucker. See what happens.
You'll kill the world.
Yeah, dude,
Frog
it's gonna
already
be eternal
told you
darkness,
something
and I
was
don't even
coming.
have dark vision.
Bush baby attacks.
Bush baby,
No,
yeah.
yeah, no, Bush baby for sure are